Okay, that's live.
Yes, that's us live.
Perfect. Good morning. The hearing session, which concerns the appeal by Lidl Great Britain Limited against the decision by the Council to refuse an application under Section 42 of the Town and Country Planning Scotland Act 1997 to implement the use of 64 Seafield Road, Edinburgh, which is currently an existing B&M store, without compliance with condition G08 of planning consent A 02910996 to permit the sale of food convenience goods from the retail unit to a maximum of 1,033 square metres net sales floor area. Now, as you probably know, I'm Trudy Craggs. I'm a reporter with the Planning and Environmental Appeals Division of the Scottish Government, and I've been appointed to consider this appeal and to determine whether or not planning permission should be granted. Now, this is a virtual meeting, as you'll be aware. It's been broadcast live, and as such will be stored as part of the DPA website archives and will be capable of repeated viewing. I have the discretion to terminate or suspend filming at any time. In my opinion, continuing with the filming would prejudice the proceedings of the meeting. By participating today in the virtual meeting, you're consenting to being filmed. You're also consenting to the use and storage of these images and sound recordings and of any images or information pertaining to you, connecting in them for webcasting and training purposes, and for the purpose of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. Now, further details on our policy on privacy can be found on our website, the DPA website. Thanks to Callum for leading today's meeting and for carrying out any testing that you required. He is hiding in the background and hopefully can step in today if there's any technical issues, but fingers crossed there are no technical issues and everyone's broadband and Wi-Fi works perfectly. All those I'm expecting to be participating are here, which is great. For the benefit of the live broadcast, kindly participant for both parties, introduce yourselves and those who will be participating today. And I'll start first with the appellant, please.
Hello, good morning, Ma'am. My name is Douglas Armstrong. I'm Queen's Counsel and a member of the Faculty of Advocates and a member of Terra Firma Chambers, and I appear on behalf of the appellant. In the appellant's team for this first session is Keith Hargest, planning consultant, and Kimberly Steele from Lidl GB Limited. Also, watching the session is Gordon Rafferty, the Head of Property Scotland for Lidl.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Nelson, for the Council.
Good morning. Sorry, I hope you can hear me now. There seems to be a little bit of a lag on the unmute button, so hopefully that won't continue throughout the morning. So I'm Graham Nelson, solicitor for the Council. This is the main witness for this morning's session from the Council will be Roderick McLean. He's a retail planning specialist consultant for this. And otherwise, we also have Keith Miller, planner, and Graham Fraser, a planner from the Council as well. Thank you.
And I see also Lottie Flood is here today, though she's got her camera off and her microphone off.
That's correct. She's from the legal team, but yeah, she'll be assisting a little bit in the background, but not properly speaking. Thank you.
That's absolutely fine. This morning's session is the first of 4 hearing sessions that we've arranged and 1 inquiry session. The format of each hearing session is a structured discussion between the parties under the terms of the hearing session rules chaired and guided by me. The purpose of the hearing is to allow those taking part to put forward their views and at the same time to allow me to obtain the necessary information for me to determine the appeal. Relevant questions of the other party can be asked through me, though discussion normally achieves a natural flow, and hopefully we'll get to that point today. The discussion should focus on the issues identified in the agenda for this session, and please remember I have to take notes, so I may ask you to pause or speak a bit slower if I'm busy trying to note stuff down at the same time. At the end of each session, as you will have seen from the agenda, I will give each party the opportunity to make any final comments on this session. But it's also been agreed that after all the oral sessions, so after the 4 hearing sessions and the inquiry sessions, each party will submit a closing submission in writing, and we've set dates for those too. Now, I issued protocols setting out some rules for the oral sessions, and these are really to ensure that the sessions run as smoothly and efficiently as possible, given it is virtual. I don't intend to go through these because hopefully we've all read them. I just remind you that all teams who are participating today must adhere to government guidance on the COVID-19 when you're participating. And as the meeting progresses, if I have any concerns in that regard, I may adjourn. But at the moment, I'm quite happy that you are all complying. I would also ask you to ensure that phones and other devices are not audible during the session, albeit I recognise you may want to contact others in your teams who are not in the room, and that's absolutely fine, but just make sure your phones aren't audible because we're picked up by the mics. This hearing session is scheduled to last till 12:30, and we'll see where we go on by that point. But we will have a short break at a convenient point during the morning, just 5-10 minutes so we can get away from our screens, have a wander, and come back and pick up again. Now, before we go on to the substantive part of today's session, are there any procedural matters that any party wishes to raise? Mr. Armstrong?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Nelson?
No, ma'am.
Okay, great, thank you. So we'll move on to the substantive section. Now, as we said, this session is about catchment area. The final agenda was circulated last week, and I indicated in the protocols that I would give advance notice of the documents that are likely to be referred to during each session. Now, I did that in the actual agenda, so you'll have notice of what documents I thought would be relevant to today's session. So the list at the very start under participants. But before we start, are there any documents that any party would like to flag at this stage that we should get ready and up on our screens to make the process easier? So Mr. Armstrong, is there anything else you think we should have at our fingertips?
No, ma'am. I think that's a list of certainly all the documents that that the appellant's team would intend to refer to.
Thank you. Mr. Nelson?
I think, ma'am, I think from our hearing statement for this session, the only other one I was noting potentially was CEC7. That I think otherwise everything was on that list. That was the main stuff between the parties that have been listed as documents we'd be likely to refer to today.
Okay. I've just got C7 as well, just in case you need that. Now, that doesn't preclude either party from referring to other documents as we go through today. So if things do come up, you want to refer to other documents, that's absolutely fine. I'm not precluding you doing that. Please note that the documents won't be shown on the screen, so I am expecting that you will work from your either own devices or your paper copies or whatever you have in front of you. So turning to the questions, I did try to be as detailed and specific as possible, so we can have a very focused discussion on the areas that I think I need more information on. So hopefully that was helpful. So we'll just take it question by question. There may be a bit of overlap as we kind of progress through the agenda, which is absolutely fine. And if I do have enough, I may stop the discussion and move on, but we'll see how we get on. So turning to the first question. Now, this question arose due to the fact that the appellant lodged rebuttal statements to the council's hearing statement, which was helpful, and I allowed those to give the council a chance to also respond or rebut. I've asked this first question, and really, the council, do you have any points that you want to raise in response to the appellant's hearing statement or the rebuttal statement for this hearing session that do not appear to be covered by the other items that I've listed in the agenda below?
I'll see if Mr. McLean's got anything to add at this stage. It may be slightly tricky until we, I suppose, to go through the agenda below, whether there's anything actually remaining after that hasn't been covered throughout that. But I'll let him speak on this.
Oh, you're still on mute? Or we still can't hear you?
Sorry, Mr. McLean, it's your mute that seems to be on.
That's it. Can you hear me? Good.
Yes, we can hear you.
Right. No, I don't see anything else really I want to add. There might be a couple of documents that hasn't been mentioned, but we'll come on to those shortly.
Okay, thank you. That's fine. So moving on to question 2. And in the first instance, this is redirected to the council. And I've referred here to document CD6. And in this document, the council indicates that it considers that the methodology used to determine the catchment area is unsuitable. And this is in the summary of the comments on the planning application. And it's a summary of key matters raised in policy, and it comes under the paragraph retail impact assessment dash catchment area. And in my version, it's on page 4 of the electronic email chain. And here I just want the council to expand as to why they felt the methodology was unsuitable and whether that is still your position based on the evidence you've had before you now.
Is it for me? Oh, yes, sorry, right. I think the reason that that was put in because the council wasn't very clear how it was defined. But latter, we're coming on to that because since then we've produced a map showing the travel times and distances between the main stores and also the catchment area itself, and that better explains it. So if you look at CEC2 and CEC1, CEC1 really starts to show you how the catchment can be defined, although it wasn't defined by me, it was from the appellants. And with that information in front of you, I personally came to the conclusion that the catchment was fairly reasonable, apart from this controversy over not having, it's got Morrison's in it as far as the council's concerned, but otherwise the way the lines, the boundary was drawn is probably fair when you look at the CEC1. So as far as I mean, I'm concerned, my opinion is that the catchment area has been reasonably determined, providing it's got Morrison's in it. And I then refer you to CEC2, where the council has made sure that it is clearly within the catchment. So it looks like that's resolved, apart from the Morrison's issue, which is a difference between the parties.
Okay, so that was really a comment at the point of time the application was going through, based on the evidence before the council. But your position now is that the catchment area is reasonable based on your CEC1 drawing, provided Morrison's is in, which we'll come on to later in the agenda.
Yes, in CEC2. Yes, that's right. That's right, ma'am.
We will come on to Morrison's point later in the agenda, but at this stage, is there anything that appellants want to add or respond to?
Ma'am, it's helpful that Mr. McLean has clarified that, and there's nothing at this stage that we'd come on to, because obviously we're dealing with the Morrison's issue later on. The only thing on a sort of technical point, if I could just say just now, I think because Mr. McLean isn't on mute, and a number of people here are getting a sort of quite a lot of noise coming in. I think it might be helpful if people, if they're not speaking, if they could be on mute, because otherwise we hear every turn, well, we seem to be hearing every turn of the page, as it were. Okay,
that's a fair point. Yeah, if you're not speaking, put yourselves on mute, but it might remember yourself off mute when you start speaking. Okay, so I think we've covered point 2. I'm happy with what I've heard there. I think I've got the information I need. Turn to point 3. Maybe some of this is not so relevant now. I've heard Mr. McLean's position on this, but I'd still like to go through the points for my own benefit. And the third question was whether the parties agree that a number of matters inform the extent of a catchment area, as suggested in the Town Centre and Retail Methodologies report, which is CD24. I don't think we need to necessarily go to that document, but it's just to get a feel from the parties whether you agree that it's maybe not just a matter of travel time and distance. There's other factors that may require to be considered when you're defining a catchment area. Now, I don't want to get into the status of the town centre retailing methodology report, because I'm sure that'll come up in the inquiry session later this week. So it's really the principle whether you agree a number of matters should inform the catchment area or could inform the catchment area. So I'll start with the appellant first, and then we'll come back to the council for their views.
Mum, I think on this question, it would be helpful if Mr. Hargis just briefly replies.
Good morning, ma'am. Can I just check that everyone can hear me okay? Yeah, good. Yes, clearly we consider that the matters raised in CD20, the number of it, CD24 provides a basis for identifying the catchment. I think, Madam, I'd also like to draw attention to the fact that that section in CD24, so it begins on page 199, paragraph 6102, actually identifies some other points you do need to bear in mind for the remainder of this section. It's because in paragraph 6102, you see that it describes what is the catchment area, and the key point here is it's from the focus of the store as it's trading. It's how that store trades. So I want to draw that to your attention first. The second factor, which is towards the end, and this is about the character of the catchment areas and how it's talking about, is really in paragraph 6110, which is on page 202. And that identifies the fact that catchment areas are not rigid. They're not fixed boundaries. It's not a matter that where you draw the line, whether it's in CD3 in the figure there or in CEC2, it's not a boundary that says if you're on the wrong side of that boundary, even if you're 1 foot the wrong side, you'll never use the store. Similarly, it's not saying that if you're inside the boundary, you'll definitely use the store. The fact is that in an area such as this, where there are a number of stores in North East Edinburgh, you've got a large number of overlapping catchments. The second factor is that the extent to which the proposed store, draws trade within that catchment will vary, and it's not even across the whole area. So, for example, with this store, reflecting the geography, this proposed store will have a higher level of market penetration in Restalrig because it's closest, and there's less choice for people living there. It will have a lower level of market penetration in Craig and Tinney, and it have within the catchment area the lowest level of market penetration in North Portobello. But that doesn't mean that North Portobello does not contribute. It does not make a significant contribution to the catchment area of this store. So that's the second general point, which we'll probably come back to over the other questions. And then, of course, we've got in that section a number of factors that should be considered in determining the catchment area. And they're summarised within the recommendation on RIA 9 on page 202.
Thank you, that was really helpful. I suppose what I take from that before coming to the council is that really the catchment areas are a tool at this point in time as part of the retail impact assessment, but as you say, it's not fixed in stone. And just to be sure at the side of that imaginary line, you might not use the store. So I kind of understand that point there. Mr. McLean, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah. Yes.
To add?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Well, some things are indicative and some things are not so indicative, like the location of major stores should be taken into account, whether they're inside the catchment or outside the catchment. And because we come back to Morrison's, of course, and because it's near the boundary of the catchment, that's where there's a difference in opinion between the appellants and the council. But if you look at it another way, take it as it is today, there's no boundary anywhere, and everybody goes to Morrison's in the locality all around, and so forth. Then let's have it in the catchment like the council would like it to be seen. Well, no change at all. And it's the same people from Craig and Tinney and Restalrig and so go there, and people from outside the catchment. Then if you take a catchment which excludes Morrison's, suddenly, hey presto, we've got a retail deficiency and there's leakage. It just doesn't make sense. So I think the more logical way is to have it within the catchment, especially as it's within easy travelling distance of the proposal site, and that's an important point from CDC1. So that's my response to that. Some things are not indicative; they're very important location-wise.
Okay, well, we'll come on to the Morrison's point there. But I think I'm getting the view that, is everyone on mute?
I'll just mute myself.
Thank you. I think I'm getting the feeling that there are various things you take into account when looking at the catchment area. We'll come on to the Morrison's point because that seems to be the biggest point in dispute. So I'm happy to move on from this to the next question. And it's pulling out some of the things from CD24. And I was just wondering what the role of household surveys had been in determining the catchment area. And as I said in the question 4, it wasn't necessarily clear to me from the output of CD5 when I went through that document whether the output informed the catchment area or the catchment area informed the extent of the survey you did at that time. And just reading the document, I wasn't totally sure what the position was. So if you can clarify that for me. And then I really was to understand, again, looking at CD24, the importance of household surveys and whether they only really provide evidence on existing catchment areas and how people currently shop, rather really on how new catchment areas will work going forward. So there's kind of 2 points to that question. Again, I'll ask the appellant to comment on that first, since it's their document and their consultation.
And again, I think it's probably best just to go straight over to Mr. Argest on this one.
Yes, ma'am. I think actually Kimberly Steele will make comment as well after I've spoken. As I say, there are 2 questions. The first point in terms of the CD5 household survey, the determination of the catchment area in this case was primarily driven by 2 factors. One is the location of other little stores in North East Edinburgh as being a key factor that limits how far people are prepared to travel, because they've got very an identical offer in different stores. And the second factor is Lidl's very detailed knowledge and understanding of the Edinburgh market. Now, they have actually 10 stores trading at the moment within the city. So you understand how people in this city do shop, and they use that information to give a very extensive understanding as to what sort of catchment area this particular location would draw from. So on that basis, it's, they were the key factors that determined the extent of the catchment area. And that informed the pre-application household survey, the pre-application household survey in CD5 rather than the other way around. The second part of that question you're asking, do surveys provide any direct information on existing catchment areas? Well, the short answer to that is yes, because you can only survey what people are doing at the moment in terms of behavioural information. You can ask attitudinal information, and that's included in CD5 as to whether people would intend shopping in an area. So in that sense, it can inform. But there you're reliant on the opinions and judgments of respondents, which, if there was a very strong response, which in this case there was, it's a very good indicator. But really, in terms of quality of data, the best information is from behavioural information. What do you do, or what did you do, rather than what do you think you would do? So I think that probably answers the second point. I think as Kimberly wants to add, is able to add in more about the company understanding of the market.
I'm told by Ms. Steele that she's happy with that response and she's got nothing else to add.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McLean, do you have anything you want to say, or Mr. Nelson?
Yes, I do. Thank you, ma'am. First, I'm not at all clear what the distribution of the survey was. It doesn't really say. I just don't understand how that could then inform the catchment area. And secondly, it was mentioned that there was a good response to this survey. Well, if there were 9,000 households leafleted and whatever, and you got 230 responses, that's about 2%. And then the 9,000 as a sample, if you want to look at the catchment area, it's not the 230 responses or so. So That's a response rate of about 2%. So I just don't understand how it helped define the catchment area.
Well, I think from what I heard from the appellant was that it didn't define the catchment area. It was the catchment area that formed the extent of the household survey area, so to speak. And we will come on to looking at this in more detail in the session on quality deficiencies, because I've got some questions on the survey results and who was involved and how many responses. So we'll cover that in that session rather than this session. But what I wanted to understand in this session was which informed what. And I think I'm clear from what the appellant said this morning that the catchment area, the two key factors for the catchment area was the location of other little stores, particularly in the northeast part of the catchment area, which is, I suppose, the stores in Leith, and to the north, the other side of the catchment area there, and Lidl's knowledge, understanding of how people shop in the retail market in Edinburgh. Those are the two key factors that informed the catchment area, and because of that, with that information, that informed how they carried out the household survey. So I'm content to understand, kind of like the chicken and the egg, what came first, that the catchment area came before the survey. And that's the only point I wanted to be clear on this session, but your points are completely valid for the last session we'll have on this, when some of these points will be explored further. So if you don't mind not going into that just now, and they will be covered in the agenda for session 4, which is tomorrow afternoon, hopefully, and we will touch on those points there, because they're all valid questions that I've raised as well on the agenda. But for the purpose of catchment, I'm quite clear that I now understand what happened, and I'm quite happy to move on from question 4 unless there's any last points anyone wants to make.
Mom, just to see, you've correctly summarised the appellant's position on that, and I think we will deal with the other issues tomorrow, I think.
Mr. McLean, are you happy to move on that basis? I'm not trying to cut you short, but you will get a chance tomorrow to go into the survey details and results in more detail.
Yes, ma'am. Fine. Fine.
Thank you. Okay, so if you go into question 5, I mean, again, this is something quite simple to answer, and I'll direct it to the appellants in the first instance. I noticed from the retail impact assessment, which was CD3, that 100% of trade would be drawn from the catchment area. And reading that document, based on what you've said this morning, is that realistic? And would, in fact, the store trade over a wider area? And that's just a matter of fact, as you're saying, there's not a firm line in the ground, it will trade as it trades. So that's the first 2 points. And then the second one I noted was that, and this comes back to the point that Lidl's knowledge of how their shops trade was an important factor in determining the catchment area. And I noted in CD12 that it was stated that the population of the catchment area is larger than a typical Lidl catchment area. I just wondered why that was the case in this situation. And that comment is made, if you want to refer to it, see the context of it, it's in CD12 and it's paragraph 5.46. And it's the third bullet point, and I think in my electronic copy, it is page 18, if that helps.
I wasn't sure whether it was being introduced to come back. Sorry. Yeah, there are a number of points on this. The first question you're asking about whether it's realistic or not. As actually say in CD3, the assumption that 100% trade draw from within the catchment, in a sense, is not realistic, but is a deliberate approach because the document is primarily a retail impact assessment. And certainly when I always prepare a retail impact assessment, my inclination is always to be cautious, i.e. overestimate potential impacts. And one way of doing this is to, if you assume that all trade draw is within the catchment area, it loads the trade diversion assumptions on centres which are most likely to be affected. So you tend to slightly overestimate impacts on centres such as Portobello, Piers Hill, and so on. Having said that, the amount of trade that would come from beyond this catchment area, bearing in mind that it is a kind of a porous or a soft boundary with trade movements going from either side, in either direction, that it's probably only a small percentage, possibly only 10%. It's a bit hard to tell precisely until you actually get a store trading and actually know what is happening. But the vast majority of trade will be from within that catchment area. And that's why it's normally referred to as a primary catchment area. It's accounting for the vast majority of trade. So that's the reason why it's done, because it overestimates impacts and still identifies impacts which are acceptable, and the council have accepted that. How far the area could be, well, that just depends on people's movements within a city. For example, you could have a small number of pass-by trips for people travelling into Leith from a different part of the city altogether, and it's convenient to pop into. Though having said that, it's probably only convenient in the mornings, which is not a good time for shopping if you're going into work. Generally, it's better to do it on the way home, and you'd have to cross the road twice to do that on Seafield Road. So that's why I think the actual pass-by trade is quite limited here. But in theory, people doing that could be from all over. But that's true for every single shop in the city. That if people are passing by, they may not be within, they will not be in the local catchment and could be quite some distance. That's entirely normal. There is the question about larger than typical catchment. Probably the best thing there, Madam, is to refer you to CD3, paragraph 124.
Got that document. Thank you, everyone else has too.
I mean, it's referring there to a typical catchment population of the order of 15 to 20,000. And the difference here is only slightly above that, and I would say it still fits in with sort of the typical. So if we look at 22,000, something like that, then yeah, that's only slightly above. And also, it's been little publicly stated that they would, if an opportunity arises, put in a store in Portobello. And if that happens, the catchment area will clearly be significantly smaller, probably in the region of 14, 15,000, and would take out from the catchment area North Portobello and the southern parts of Craig and Tinney, which would be relatively easier to get access to that store, depending on where that store is located. So you can't provide a definitive indication of how that will affect the population. So in that sense, you could say that the slightly above average catchment area population is an interim position. It's not something that the company has aspirations for. And in one sense, at any stage while you're establishing your network of stores, where there is a relatively low number of representation of stores, you will start off with larger catchments because you'll be relatively new in that city or that location. But compared to a mature market, when you've established a full network, catchments will be smaller. And that 15, 20,000 is indicative of a mature market.
Can I just ask at which point you factor in the population when determining a catchment, or is it only once you've got the catchment that you're then looking at the population within that catchment?
You really have to look at what is the market area that's going to be served first. And it may well be the case that in, as I say, in new market areas, you'll end up with a large catchment. It's all to do with the, if you look at it from the perspective of a consumer, you can see how attractive is the new store, how far are you prepared to travel, and how much time cost are you prepared to put into that journey. And it may well be, if you've got little competition, that that time cost assessment, which is usually done subconsciously anyway, well, actually it's probably done consciously in terms of, oh, it's too far to go to or not too far to go to, will be a factor that says the catchment may well be larger in the short term. But if you're entering into a mature market, you from the operator perspective, you have to say, is there a market area, taking into account the location of the existing stores, location of competition, and the characteristics of that catchment population, you may say, well, actually, there's insufficient market there to support the store. And in that case, you don't progress with the scheme. So there's a two-way process. It's not kind of a rigid process. You have to take all these factors into account.
Thank you. Council, do you have any comments you want to make, any response you want to make to that?
Yes, if I may, ma'am. I would agree with Mr. Hodges that the common catchment population is between 15 and 20,000 or so. Involved with the East Lothian commercial needs study, and that is what the population of towns in the hinterland are, where they've got a mix of Lidls and Aldis, apart from Musselburgh, which is a lot bigger. I'm also aware of a fairly new proposed Lidl in South, which and that's over 20,000. And there's other examples where they're over 20,000. I don't have a problem with that. You can't just pick an area that's 50 to 20,000. And sometimes they can be very big indeed, where, say, it's beside a superstore, like in Dunfermline, there's one where they can be very wide simply because it's beside a superstore. So, but this is not the case here. So Mr. Hodges' comments are quite accurate. On the passing trade, I would disagree. I live near there, and it's a very busy road, and you get a huge amount of passing trade. It doesn't mean to say the impact would necessarily be less on the surrounding area, but I think it would do very well out of passing trade.
Again, we'll look at passing trade in relation to hearing session 3 on accessibility and reduction in car trips. We can cover that at that point. But that's really helpful clarifying what we're agreeing with Mr. Hodges on those points. Anything else you want to add?
No, thank you, ma'am. No.
And Mr. Hodges, is there anything else you'd like to make any final comments on in relation to this question?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so that's all been helpful. If we turn to question 6. Now, my understanding from the documentation is that the total travel time is the total time from door to door, not just, for example, driving in your car. And that to get your total travel time, which you look at in the context of the catchment area, you look at the average across all modes. And I just want to make sure my understanding on that point is correct, and that is how that works. I'll go to the appellant first, please.
Got distracted by getting a glass of water. Yes, ma'am. In short, it's the total driving time, and that up to 15 minutes is the average. And really, that's as taken from surveys that we have undertaken, which are reported in paragraph 117 of CD3. These happen to be stores in Edinburgh, that is. But I mean, there's going to be a huge amount of variation, must be said. So, if someone spends 25 minutes, well, that's perfectly acceptable, whereas some people do spend 5 minutes. So, an average with probably a relatively high standard deviation.
Mr. McLean, do you have any comments you want to make on that?
Yes. The drive time probably is the key, because that's say it's 5 minutes from whatever store, then everything else falls within it. So I would say that was actually the most important determinant, because anything slower than the car is going to take longer, and it's going to be within the drive time. So the drive time remains, as far as I'm concerned.
You think the drive time is most important because people are not going to walk longer than the time it takes to drive to the store?
Not unless the traffic's very heavy, ma'am. I mean, that is the determinant, really, if you're going to have a catchment. And within that, of course, other modes of transport people are going to take, mostly they will take longer.
Okay.
Ma'am, if I can comment, yes, if I can comment. In this location, drive time, and up to 15 minutes. I'm not entirely sure of Mr. McLean's comment there in terms of what he is trying to point out, but in this location, because of the distribution of stores, and we can see that in, say, CD26, and the distribution of other little stores in particular, there is no location which is going to be like 15-minute drive time away. Key factor that determines the primary catchment area in this case is actually the relative the equi-drive, equi-time is probably a better description, between one store and the next. And that was the factor that that determined, was the key factor that determined the catchment area boundary. So for example, any location within that catchment area will not take 15 minutes driving time, even door to door. So in this case, if we're looking at a typical average 15 minutes or so travel time, those using private car will be having a much lower average drive time. Those traveling by, those using other modes, walking, bus, and so on, will have a higher level, of average travel time. So in this case, I would say actually drive time is important, but it's a factor that brings down the average travel time in this location.
Mr. Quinn, do you want to come back on that at all?
Oh, yes, thank you, ma'am. What I meant was that drive time in relation to each store, so they're sort of overlapping. So Mr. Hargis is correct in saying that it's a configuration of the stores in an area, which also, of course, helps determine the catchment area. I just wanted to clarify that. So when I said drive time, I meant to in each individual's major store. That's what I meant. But the catchment is a blend of that, as we've got with this catchment. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. That's helpful. I think I understand that. We will go into accessibility more, as I said in session 3 tomorrow. I'm sticking to drive time and the isochrones. Now in CD24, it states that I think 6.105 that in large urban areas isochrones may be useful. I know the council had suggested an 8-minute drive time. And I just wondered, is that useful? Is that another factor that should be taken into account with catchment area? I wanted to understand from the council why 8 minutes drive time was thought appropriate in this case, and how appropriate is that given the location of the store. And then once we've heard from the council, I'd like to understand from the appellant why they consider use of isochrones is wholly inappropriate, which I think the term you use in your own evidence. So can I start with the council on this question, understand a bit more about its views on this, and then I'll come back to the appellant.
Yes, ma'am. For this exercise, I actually drew on the little retail impacts statement, CD3, because they gave examples of 2 stores in Edinburgh, little stores, one at Wester Hales and one at Dalry. And they gave some statistics about the percentage of customers coming from nearby to the stores. So if I can go to paragraph 1.17 of CD3, that gives you what they said. 80%. They found the survey they had in those 2 places found that 80% of the customers came from between 1.2 miles and 1.7 miles from the 2 locations. So what I did was draw on that data, because it's their own data, and looked at this Seafield Little store, and just making the assumption that 80% of them came from those two distances, 1.2 miles and 1.7 miles, just for the sake of argument, 100% would be a range between 1.5 miles and 2.2 miles. And then drawing on the council's measurements, where they can time measurements, and the AA do this as well, sort of route planner type thing. That also gave the times, and the times you see on CD1 and the distances match. And you can see they're all really, there's only one, there's only the little Newkirk gate is about 8 minutes away, but all the rest are just under that. And so I felt that was a fair sort of measure to use, which actually draws on little zone data, as assuming the times traveling to these stores from the proposal site at Seafield Road. So that's where it came from now. That doesn't mean all little stores have 8 minutes necessarily, but it does. This is quite a good example of where their data actually has helped inquiry.
And having done that exercise, does it again, in your view, demonstrate that the catchment is fair?
Yep.
The Morrison's issues to one side at the moment, but overall the catchment is fair.
Yes, apart from Morrison's.
Which we'll go on to. But it's always been a sense check from your perspective to show that what the appellants have done, Morrison's to one side, is fair and reasonable.
Yeah, yes, that's right. I do exactly.
Okay, that's helpful to clarify that. Ms. Harris, do you want to respond to that?
I will respond, ma'am. Even though the difference between us is very minor, I want to sort of knock on the head this idea of isochrones here. There are a number of points that Mr. McLean's referred to that I should just point out. If you go back to paragraph 117 CD3, you see there's a reference. Mr. McLean referred to the Dalry store and the Wester Hale store. In fact, you have to remember these are extremely different areas. They're hugely different in terms of accessibility by car. So in Dalry, 1¼ miles. If you're traveling from the east and northeast, that takes you right across the city centre. And that takes you a lot longer than 8 minutes in normal conditions. Whereas in Wester Hales, you would probably travel 1¾ miles in a lot less than 8 minutes. You could easily get there from Ballina, for example, from that store. Well, maybe not Ballina, certainly Curry, anyway. The point really that comes through from that 117, in fact, not reported here at the same time we actually did a third survey in Gilmerton, is that actually there's a fair, whereas what they showed is that all the little stores have relatively local catchments. I know this comes in a question you have later, begs the question what is local. But in the region of, it draws most trade from 1¼ to 1¾ miles, that sort of distance. But that has no bearing on how long it takes to drive that time. And the second issue, just taking on what Mr. McLean referred to, which is in CEC 1, again, just looking at that map and that diagram and taking the journey times at face value, if you go down to the southeast, it's got 4 minutes to Aldi and Portobello. But if the council is suggesting 8 minutes, that's going to take you beyond Joppa, which is clearly well out of the catchment area, which comes back to the point I was saying before. In this location, because of the distribution of stores, and particularly the distribution of little stores, isochrones are just not valid. There are much more important factors to determine the catchment area. But having said that, the difference between us in terms of what the actual catchment area is very small. It's just how you get there.
I'll ask if you want to add anything, just because I think the difference here is very small, and actually I think all you've done is possibly validate what the appellant's done, and the catchment area, Morrison's one side, is fair and reasonable. But is there any final comments you'd like to make?
No, Not really, except I don't think anyone would drive past Aldi and Portobello because you then start running into a Lidl and Aldi and Fisher Road. So, you know, so the catchment's fair.
Ma'am, if I may, there's just one point of clarification, and it's probably best to have a look at CD 26 just very quickly. Yeah, that one, yeah. If you look at the stores, you've got three little stores. You've got one on Easter Road, one in Leith, and one in Broughton. These are all pretty close to each other, and it's nothing to do with drive time. They're driving their catchments because it's got a substantial walking catchment. And this really just emphasises the point. Each store is unique, and the key factor is, is the market area that would actually use this store in terms of, how far people are prepared to travel. Where is the next most similar store, which for a Lidl is another Lidl. And you can see there that 8 minutes is completely irrelevant. 8 minute drive time.
Mr. Clare, I'll give you a chance to make any comments on that because it's a new point that came up in the new document.
Yes, I agree. The market area also takes into account the configuration of different stores scattered around. So that's fair enough. And it'll vary in different parts of a city or the country or whatever. So I don't think Mr. Hodges has added anything new, really. And I agree with the catchment apart from Morrison's.
Great, thank you. Thank you. There's lots of agreement so far, which is helpful. Now I'm trying to turn on to question 8. And I'm actually wondering if we've covered most of the points in relation to this question. And whether I can leave this actually more to section 3. It was really about how travelling by public transport or walking compares. I'll let you make comments on it because it might inform what we discussed in session 3. So it was looking at the little stores, again go back to CD7, and the fact they tend to draw trade from up to 10 to 15 minutes travel time, and approximately in general 50% of shoppers live within 1.2 kilometres of the store, which would cover in CD3. And from the figures, I think at 1.17, it worked out looking at Wester Hales and Dalry that a third to a half what the appellant class is a relatively high portion travelled by public transport or walk. And I wondered how that would compare to the catchment area here. Now, I don't really want to go into routes and accessibility, but just a general view as to how that would compare to the catchment area here. Mr. Hodges, I'll let you go first.
Okay, thanks, ma'am. The short answer is that we haven't done a detailed analysis on that basis in the same way as the information is presented in 117 for those other two stores. In large part, that's because those other two stores were established trading, and we're actually able to, we requested information on observed behaviour. How did you travel? How long did you get here? So we haven't got direct comparison. Having said that, I would think that this catchment area, in broad terms, is reasonably consistent with these sorts of figures. I'm not saying the same. So I would think about 50% of the population, of the primary catchment population, will be within 1.2 kilometres. That's an estimate just looking at maps, as they haven't done the detailed analysis. For example, if we just look at Restoring, that part of the top part of the catchment area, the data zones indicate a population of around about 9,500, which is slightly over half the primary, that's slightly less than half of the identified primary catchment area. And if you include parts of the northern part of Craig and Tinney, which are within about 1.2, 1.5 kilometres, it'd probably take you up to 60% or something like that. I would say, so therefore I'd say the figures are consistent, but not the same as. But with the caveat that we haven't done the detailed analysis.
Mr. McLean?
Yeah, I think that this issue is probably more one for session 3. But overall, the council would consider it's not easy to get to the proposed little site unless you've got a car. But I don't want to add much more because I think it's session 3. In fairness to the appellants, that they can be examined. Both sides can be examined on this.
I agree, it's probably more for session 3, but Mr. Hardy, your clarification there that you haven't done a detailed analysis, but it's likely to be reasonably consistent. I think it's fine for this session, and we will go on accessibility and how you get there by walking routes and cycling routes in session 3. So I'll just move on to question 9. And this is a point I think you touched on, I think, your last answer, Mr. Hardist, where I'd asked, when defining the catchment area, was it assumed that the proposed store would be a local shopping facility? Would it be primarily used for top-up shopping or main weekly food shopping? And depending on what you assume, does that have any impact on your catchment area?
Yes, I think probably the best reference to this is in CD3 again, which is paragraphs 116 to 20. We've looked at 117 already. So, for example, the reference there about you see in trying to make sure I got the right reference here, which I haven't highlighted, which I should have done. Yeah, in 117, you see there's a reference, a quote on line 3 would essentially be a local convenience facility. That was from an appeal some years ago in South Inverness. But it all depends on what you mean by local, which of course, wherever the definitional problem, it's not a local convenience format store, which is just 3,000 or 4,000 square foot with, clearly it is larger than that. Clearly it is not a superstore with a very extensive catchment area. Probably it's best understood by what is the type of shopping trip. You ask about main food shopping and top-up shopping. Problem with those terms is they're somewhat dated in understanding how people shop. People are much more flexible now about the types of trips they undertake. Now, the survey reported in 117 now, it's on 119 in CD3, which is the average spend was only £17 basket size. So that was, again, that was an empirical information, what people did. In current prices, well, in the prices used for the retail impact assessment, which is 2019 prices, that would only be about £17.80. It would still be less than £18. And my advice from Lidl is that, there is, even with the changes that have occurred over the last 4 or 5 years in the retail market, that is still pretty close to the sort of average basket size for Finchley shops. Having said that, again, there'll be quite a lot of variation. So, given the size of the store being relatively small compared to a superstore, they are quite attractive for people to pop in for a few items. So in that sense, a kind of traditional pop-up shop. In some instances, people may use it as a main food shop because they're driving. But the big difference, and we'll probably come on to this in one of your in question 10, so I'll hesitate to answer too much on it now, is that there's a more limited range of lines in the store. So it's less suited to a main food shop. But having said that, I mean, it certainly appears that, from our survey information, that in areas where is a high walk-in trade, people may visit 2 or 3 times a week, and in that course, perform a main food shop, maybe £20, £25, depending on how much they can carry each time. But effectively becomes a main food shop spread over a number of trips. In recent years, the nature of the shop has changed in that it's very much complementary to other types of shopping. It could be complementary to small specialist shops, if it's close to a centre. So that's what we saw in Dalry, where there is quite a range of ordinary small shops close by. But it's also complementary to superstores. We find that people also, no longer spending quite so much in the superstores and their main food shop, but they may spend a bit less, and have a kind of complementary shop of 20, 25, 30 pounds in the Lidl store. And I suspect that's also the truth for an Aldi store as well. So really what we're looking at is there's a combination of purposes. The vast majority of trips are relatively local. They're for small scale purchases, in the sense of small, less than 20, 25 pounds. Occasionally, you might get larger ones. So I'm just trying to come back to the question. Yeah, so I mean, really, there's a range of purposes rather than primarily top up or main food shopping. Things have moved on. People are more sophisticated in how they do shopping. And in part, that's due to the way that certainly over the last 10 years, there's been much higher profile of the discounters and a much higher level of acceptability of visiting them. And there's also societal changes. So the kind of the traditional weekly shop for a family is not as dominant as it used to be. Just trying to check whether, yeah, and final part of the question, does it have an impact on the catchment area? Because we've been looking at, and as I've already said, because a key factor has been knowledge of the Edinburgh market for determining the catchment area, this already builds in these types of shopping trip. It's reflective of the characteristic of shopping. So yes, it has built in, but the main way it's built in is how the whole network of stores trade and the sort of catchments that they draw from.
Mom, it might be helpful just to have Miss Steele coming in there just from a sort of little perspective briefly.
Morning, Ma'am. Can everyone hear me okay? It's the first time I've spoken. Yeah. Yeah, so just to expand on Mr. Harger's points there, typically we do find that our customers use Lidl for a variety of different kinds of shops. So the type, as it were, doesn't actually have much bearing on how we determine the catchment. The catchment looks more at areas where they are underserved or distances between existing stores. In this particular case, we would expect a large proportion of our customers to be on foot by the sort of nature of where it is, and therefore their shops would be more of a 2 to 3 times weekly. However, we would also expect some other customers to use us as their main food shop or even as a top-up shop. We do have weekly offers on food and non-food, so there is always going to be a demographic of customer who will only use us for things that they might have seen advertised. And although I can't confirm any commercial turnover information, I can advise that the study from CD3, which found the basket spends to be in the region of £15 to £20, is still relevant today.
Thank you. That was really helpful and interesting. Mr. McLean, do you have anything you want to respond to? Points you've heard.
I think Mr. Harger summarised the nature of shopping and has changed quite well because there's no longer one huge weekly shop and then top-up shopping elsewhere. All this has changed. So the discounters sort of blend in with the general offer, and they compete and complement superstores. So I don't see any problem with what you said. I would say with this site though, there's this discussion about how many customers will walk in and how many are coming by car, but because it's not really accessible by anything other than a car, I would say this particular site would attract customers with cars, probably more than other sites where you get walk-in trade. So it's a problem with the site, location maybe.
And we'll come on to that in session 3. That's the key point in session 3, accessibility with walking, cycling, private car and reduction in private car trips. We'll put that to one side at the moment. Again, I don't see there's much between you at this point at all. What you're all saying, which is very helpful and has clarified that in my mind. What I tend to do, I'm just looking at time. I thought we'd maybe cover question 10 and then have a break after that, and then we get into Morrison's and looking at differences in the catchment area. So if we could do question 10, and then we'll have a short break. So question 10 was really about focusing on Lidl as what's known as a limited assortment discounter, and whether it is still the case that they have a distinctive offer which is characteristic of customer loyalty, or whether in fact they now in reality compete with mainstream supermarkets. So that was kind of the first point, whether there is still that difference or whether now more mainstream, which I think was a suggestion the council had, that really should be looked at more as a mainstream supermarket rather than when they first, I suppose, came out as a limited assortment discounter. Second part was whether Aldi and Lidl have a similarity of retail offer, and whether that is a major factor which would inform a catchment area as suggested in CD24. So there's probably two parts to the question. So we'll turn to the appellants first, please. Ms. Harges?
Yes, ma'am. In terms of the first part of the question, excuse me, do they have a distinctive offer or are they directed to compete with mainstream supermarkets? I would actually consider or argue that both is the case. Sounds typical sort of sitting on the fence, I'm afraid, but there we are. In terms of there remains, despite, I suppose in one sense, a kind of a greater acceptance of both Lidl and Aldi. It's certainly a higher perception of them in the public mind. But that perception is actually based on their characteristics, that acceptance of them. So there are a number of reasons why the stores, and I don't think my clients are going to be totally happy about this, but fundamentally Aldi and Lidl are very similar in terms of what attracts customers. There is going to be, clearly there's the issue of quality and price. I'm pretty sure this year Lidl are cheapest supermarket. Is that right? Yeah. And the very fact that they are growing quickly is an expression that people see that they're offering extremely good value for money. So that's one factor. The very fact that the stores are quite small compared to superstores is in itself attractive because it means people can get in and out pretty quickly. You can find the goods that you want rather than to throw your way through 20,000 lines of other goods. That's important. Particular characteristic is the fact that they're dominated by own brand labels. Now, having said that, there's a significant number of main brands, but they are predominantly own brands. They may not appear it when you go in because there are lots of different own brands to make it not all, so it appears that there are more brands there, but they are actually, little brands that are dominant. I mentioned the convenience of access, and it's still the case that the weekly specials, the weekly non-food specials, are very attractive. People do regularly, you will get a lot of people who will queue up Thursday morning or whichever mornings it is, twice a week, just to get first access to these weekly non-food specials, and then use that to top up with food goods as well. So there are a number of reasons which are all quite distinctive from a mainstream superstore. And the product range, actually, I did mention that typically in a superstore you'd have something like 15 to 20,000 lines. This is grocery lines. They've got the non-food offer in the larger superstores. In contrast, Lidl would typically have something like 2,200. The number does change over time. That's roughly what it is now, about 2,200. That's what we say in CD3 Para 118. And that's a big difference, actually, because they're not trying to serve everything and meet every requirement. So in that sense, they're very distinctive from the superstores. But in retail impact terms, the assumption of retail impact is always that all the trade in the store is diverted from another location. They will be in direct competition with superstores because a lot of the trading that's in the new store would be from other superstores. Because it's not in the sense that they've entered in the mainstream, it's just that because they're now accessible and have their own distinctive offer, if you're buying certain goods, whether it's a steak or it could be toilet rolls or whatever, since that's still a convenience good, and paper goods, you're not buying them from a superstore. So in that sense, it's competition. So it's trade diversion from the store, and that goes. That's gone through in some detail in CD3. There isn't any dispute about that. Just checking what other points I have. Yes. So the second point is Aldi and Lidl have a similarity of retail offer. Yes, they do. They have a similar format. Actually, there is some variation in goods. But what you actually find is, so there is a higher level of direct competition in that sense. But also in terms of, you find that there's a loyalty to limited assortment discounters. And quite a lot of customers will visit both. So there's both competition, there's also complementary. And it's for that reason why the Competition Commission identified them as a specific subsector of the grocery market, as a LAD. Yeah, so I mean, if we look at that, what does that mean in terms of the catchment area? So therefore, it does become a major factor, but we need to see what is the implication of that. Well, in this catchment area, which we agreed about in North Portobello, yes, there will be trade. It will be contributing a significant amount to the turnover of the proposed store at Seafield at Lidl. But the level of market penetration that we achieve by Lidl in North Portobello will be significantly lower than would be to Aldi, because Aldi is easy to access in that area, substantially easier to access. So it's still part of the private catchment area, but it's clearly not as important to this store as Restall Road and Craig Tinney. And that's the way that's expressed is through market penetration. And I've just checked whether any questions. So yes, I mean, in short, it is a major factor that informs the catchment area, and we've been through that.
Mum, if Ms. Steele could perhaps just come in for a moment and give the sort of little background position.
Thanks, Mum. Yes, so I would agree that with Mr. Hargis that we do have a combination of both types of customer. There are, of course, as with any shop, loyal customers who will choose to shop at Lidl over other retailers for a variety of reasons. And certainly our community consultations are always well received in areas, particularly those with higher deprivation levels, to bring our good quality, competitively priced goods to the area. I have mentioned before that we do also have customers who might only shop for a specific item if it's on offer as advertised. And also, as Mr. Hargis pointed out, the shopping patterns have changed over the years, and I think a lot more people do little and often shops now. Public perception has also had a significant impact on our kind of customer and their loyalty to continue shopping with us. People who might never have shopped before have tried and continued to shop with us when they realise the quality, particularly of our own branded goods. Meat, fresh fruit and vegetables, is more than comparable with the big four now. And it's for that reason that we have an impressive array of awards, including being the current Supermarket of the Year and Fresh Produce Retailer of the Year, which I'm sure will attract new customers.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McLean, any comments you'd like to make in response?
Not a lot. I thought Mr. Hargis described it fairly reasonably. I'd agree with really what he said. I would also point out that where there might be a difference, I would say they might get a bit more trade from Portobello, actually, in spite of having Aldi there, but because it's very near and it's, again, by car, very quick, and you've got people going into town all the time and all the rest of it. So that confirms in my mind that the catchment for the Seafield Road would include Portobello as we've got it. That's great. I don't have really anything else to say, actually.
Mr. Hargis, any last comments? Again, I think there's quite a lot in the comments here. Just if you had any last comments, Mr. Hargis, on this point.
I don't think so, ma'am. Thanks.
Okay, so we're about to go into Morrison's issue, but I think we'll have a break there. It's 11:15. We propose we come back 11:25. That can remember enough time. What to do is just mute and stop your videos rather than leave the call. So we come back on, just start up your video and we can start from there rather than everyone trying to dial back in. So if we say 11:25. Thank you. Right, welcome back everyone. So if we pick up at question 11, and this one I was asking just for clarification whether the Morrison store is in the catchment area, and I'd looked at figure 1.2 of CD3, and from that it looks like it's out with the catchment area. And then reading further on in CD3, for example, paragraph 2.12, it seems to suggest indicate that it wasn't a catchment area. So we're just looking for clarification as to what the position is with Morrison's. So I assume Mr. Hargis, you'll be commenting on this point.
Yes, ma'am. I think that we need to sort of put a little bit of context here as to because clearly it is close to the boundary of the catchment area, which one decides to look at it. And the first context is the fact that, as we went through earlier, the boundary of the catchment area is not a rigid fixed boundary. It's a soft boundary. It's a permeable boundary. It's an indication of the extent of the primary catchment area. So, for example, it depends on how much of the trade you decide to want to include within what you define as the primary catchment. So, for example, if you said we only want, we'll define the primary catchment area by 75% of trade draw rather than 100%, that will pull the catchment area back. So it's an artificial construct, in a sense, which begs the question about the value of any policy which is based on that artificial construct, such as RET 6, but that's for another day. And of course, we've also been saying, emphasizing how the boundaries vary over time. Now, they can vary over time during the year for one specific store. So there's, there's fluctuation linked to seasonality and so on. But there's also fluctuation over the years, depending on as new competition comes through and so on. So it's a movable feast anyway. In terms of what CD3 says, as you pointed out, figures 1.2 sets out the boundary, and it excludes Morrison. It runs through the middle of Peers Hill. And the reference in paragraph 212 that you highlighted is a reference to Peers Hill as a centre. You need to read that in the context also of what else is said in CD3. So that paragraph 1.26, it refers to the catchment being focused on Craigington, Tinney and Restalrig. And in paragraph 2.6, it refers to figure 1.2 and so on. You've got another question later on about how table 2.2 refers to it, so I'll leave that now. And I think it probably needs a little bit of explanation as to, my thinking going through identifying that precise boundary and what the distances are. So in this area, so the dominant factor really is the location of other little stores. And in the location of Peers Hill, the key factor, the comparison is between the Peel site and Seafield Road and the little store at Easter Road, because that's the next nearest. And if in this area, the key issue is going to be driving, because you're not going to walk to the store from this sort of distance. Some people might, but it's beyond the 1,600 metres. The key issue is relative ease of driving. If you're living in Peers Hill, which store would you go to if you want to go to a little? So in terms of the actual distances, I've taken these off the RSC distance measure between the store entrances and to the entrance of the access road into Morrison's, which you have to get to. So from Easter Road to Morrison's, the local entrance is 2.216 kilometres. The appeal store entrance to Morrison's via Craigington Avenue, which is the shortest route, is 2.165 kilometres. So it's marginally shorter. But, and you can see this in Street View, you have, if you're travelling back from the store, you have to do a right turn at the junction of Craigington Avenue with Portobello Road. Now that's a very busy junction, and there's nearly always queuing traffic there. Clearly at the moment with COVID restrictions and so on, we're not in normal times. But you can actually see, if you look at, say, on Street View, you can look at past year's photographs, so you can get a good snapshot of the sorts of queuing that takes place there. And I've gone through this. So, on average, there are about five cars queuing at that junction. So in 2011 there were 5, 2012 there was 1, 2014 there were 4, in 2015 there were over 10, 2018 there were 5, 2019 there were 4. There's also 2021 which had 2, but that's in lockdown. The point is, that gives you a good snapshot, which you can't really tell from a single visit, of what is happening at this junction. Which means that if you were coming back, you'll actually be quicker off, in time terms, actually going via the junction of Seafield Road and Portobello Road, which is light controlled. And that distance is 3.05 kilometres. So if you take these factors into account, it is actually for your whole journey, in my judgment, it will take you longer and it's less accessible to get to the appeal site from Morrison's, not that anyone actually lives at Morrison's, but that's the comparison, than it is to Easter Road. The route to Easter Road, the right turn there is signal controlled. So you will have a definite turn, it's more reliable. So my assessment there is it's slightly easier to gain access to Morrison's from Easter Road area, or the reverse, I should say, than it would be from the Piers Hill area, or the Morrison's part of Piers Hill to the appeal site. But that really explains why the boundary runs through the middle of Piers Hill. It is very fine, it's a fine difference, but effectively the equi access by car is runs through the middle of the centre, and Morrison's is slightly on the outside, in the sense it's outside the primary catchment. But I should also comment, and again it's something which might come to in the final session, is that it does question the value of the policy. If you have an arbitrary boundary, and you're saying, oh well, quantity deficiency is as per the catchment area, the simple thing is just to, oh, we'll only do the catchment area based on 80%, and oh, suddenly we're out of Morrison's. It actually, because it's totally arbitrary and it's not a fixed boundary, it has to question how much weight you can put on that policy on a quantitative calculation on that basis. But that's an aside that no doubt we'll come back to on Friday, or Thursday, Friday. And I say, probably just repeat the point. The focus there was on driving, because I don't think, in that location, Piers Hill, we're not really looking at other modes of transport. The key issue there is drive time.
Okay, before I come back, Mr. McLean, do you want to respond to that?
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
Can I speak briefly? That's all, apologies, before Mr. McLean goes on.
Oh, of course.
It was just to clarify, before Mr. McLean responds, was what document was being referred to in terms of this junction point, Mr. Hargis' evidence, because it seemed to be his thinking wasn't on Morrison's. And in order Mr. McLean can respond to that, it'd be helpful to know what he was referring to there.
It wasn't a specific document I was referring to, because this is a matter that's been raised subsequent to the appeal being lodged and the documents being provided. So it's a matter of, I have been checking, and they can be verified quite simply. For example, the queuing vehicles can be seen on Google Street View. It's a very elementary matter to have a look at those kinds of views. And the actual distances I referred to the fact I measured them using the RSC route planner, which measures to 1,000th of a mile.
Thanks for clarifying. Just before Mr. McLean came on, it was helpful to know that. Thanks.
Right. Well, Morrison's a huge superstore, and the proposed little site is only 6 minutes from it. And Mr. Hargis had explained earlier, and I agree with him, that the food discounters compete with superstores. So with that distance in mind, 6 minutes or so, that is entirely consistent with being in the little catchment, proposed little catchment. And then indeed it would compete to some extent with Morrison's. So it is within the catchment in those terms. And we return to the retail assessment for this. I've never seen a retail assessment that's got a different drawn catchment area to what's in all the tables. It's not just one paragraph. All the tables have got Morrison's in the catchment. So why doesn't the the drawn boundary of the catchment actually match or be consistent with the tables? And there's another issue that was touched on as well, that was mentioned, that the catchment boundary had gone through part of Piers Hill and not all of it. But I've seen a map shown to me by Mr. Miller, which shows the Piers Hill shopping centre in the catchment too. So I don't follow this. I mean, I don't understand why the catchment boundary doesn't match the tables. I mean, it's no saying it's a variable, but it can't be that variable. And I did start talking about why else I thought it was very reasonably within the catchment, because the appellants have a sort of motive here for having it outside, because you then get a retail deficiency, which then brings into call whether they can, there's extra needs that are not being met. So I would say that's probably quite a factor here why they don't want it to be seen to be in the catchment. But unfortunately, their own document shows it's in the catchment. So where do you go?
Okay, thank you, Seafield. I think that's the difficulty I have, is that it's not clear from CT3 whether it is or isn't in the catchment. The tables do seem to suggest something different to the figure. Can you just maybe explain that a bit more, because I'm struggling a wee bit with that.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. The tables.
Okay, I was actually directing that to Mr. Hargis, because I get your point. I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you that I think there's discrepancies in the retail impact assessment. I'm just wondering if Mr. Hargis can maybe explain and clarify, but because I'm kind of with you that I don't understand why the drawing is different from the tables either. So, Mr. Hargis, could you just say a bit more?
Yes, ma'am. I didn't answer that question there because you got it in question 13. So to address that point, the issue with retail impact assessments is that here we have a centre which includes Morrison's, which is straddling the catchment area for the reasons that I explained. But the way I always construct the retail assessment tables is you identify the impact on a centre as a whole, and that's a long-standing approach that goes back to some MPPG 8 in the 1990s or whenever it was. You want to know what the impact on the whole is the same. And I have actually come across certain retail impacts which are split centres because they've had a catchment area that has gone through the middle of the centre. So you've had a retail impact on that part lying within the PCA and that part lying out with the PCA. That to me is wrong in terms of how you present it. So it seemed more sensible to me to include the whole of the centre either within the catchment area in the tables, either within the catchment area or out. I put them within, just to simplify. It actually makes no difference in terms of how you calculate the impacts. But as a matter of, I didn't want to split it, and it seemed, reasonable to include it in. But that is the reason why they are there in the tables. The text explains quite clearly, and the diagram shows quite clearly that it passes through the centre. But to assess the significance of impact, you need to look at the impact on the centre as a whole, and that is the reason why. And Madam, if I may sort of come, there is one point that Mr. McLean referred to, his reliance on the inclusion of Morrison's within the catchment area was his reliance on CEC1, which identifies the travel time as 6 minutes from Morrison's to the appeal site. Of course, what that's not showing is what the travel time is from Morrison's to Easter Road. And that is the fact that determines the catchment boundary in this location. Is it easier if, hypothetically speaking, you lived at Morrison's? Would it be easier for you to travel to Easter Road or to the appeal site? And my analysis is that it's easier to get to Easter Road and therefore Morrison's. But if you go slightly east, say close to the railway line, it'll be easier to get to the appeal site. I mean, it's a fine difference.
Okay, so I think I get that. So because your catchment area in figure 1.2 CD3 goes through the Piers Hill local centre, to look at the impact in that sense of whole as a whole, you've included the impact of Morrison's.
Yes, because Morrison's is part of the centre.
But that doesn't mean to say it has to be in the catchment. You've just taken a prudent approach when you've come to the impact on how the new store would affect Piers Hill.
That's correct, ma'am, yeah.
Mr. McLean, do you want to respond to that?
I'd like to bring in a point, as Mr. Hargis referred to, distance between one of the little stores and Morrison's. CEC 7 is a map that's in there showing travel time and distance between Easter Road Little and Aldi and Portobello. In other words, it was put in just to demonstrate what a sort of cross the catchment time would be, and that is about 8 minutes. So that's still, and if you think Morrison's is probably not going to be much different from going to Aldi from the distance from Aldi to Easter Road Little. So it's just to show that the catchment is well covered by these other stores, and there's all overlapping. I don't have much else to say about the the Morrison's issue, as I think you know my views.
Can you see there's a difference between where the catchment area has been defined and including, where it doesn't include Morrison's, but including Morrison's in the retail impact assessment to understand the impact on a whole centre where only half the centres in the catchment area? In your view, is that a reasonable thing to do?
No, I think the centre should be in the catchment rather than split. My understanding is that the smaller shops there are in the catchment.
From my understanding, the catchment is the catchment shown and includes part of the local centre, but not the shops, and it doesn't include Morrison's. For the reasons the Hargis has outlined, is that people in that area are more likely, if they want to shop at Lidl, to go to Easter Road Lidl than the new site. And so therefore they haven't included that in the catchment area. But what he has done, so as not to skew, I suppose, the impact assessment, is he's looked at the impact on the whole area, the whole local area, even though the whole local area is not, or local centre is not in the catchment area. So does that seem like a fair approach to take? Or would you have still concerns about that?
Well, I would say Morrison's and the smaller stores beside it should be all in the catchment. And Morrison's is really the main issue here, which is far bigger than the other stuff there. So I would say the small shops and Morrison's should be, that centre should be in the catchment of the proposed little store at Seafield Road.
And why would you put it in the catchment?
Because of the drive time. It's CEC1 at 6 minutes. And also Morrison's is by far the largest store serving that whole area. So these customers all come from, Eglinton, Wrestlebridge and so forth. And so it will be part of the little catchment, proposed little catchment. Some of them will also go obviously to the Little and Easter Road as well, but they will, the proposed store, the catchment would extend up to Morrison's, I would say, and include at Morrison's, because it is 6 minutes. Whereas the drive time to Easter Road Little is 7 minutes from the proposed little site. On CEC1.
Yeah, and CEC1, we've got the drive time between the Lidl and Easter Road and the site is 7 minutes. We don't have Morrison's to Lidl Easter Road, but we have Morrison's to the site. So Morrison's to the site is 6 minutes, which is what you said. And Easter Road, Seafield Road is 7 minutes. And I think Mr. Hargis was suggesting that from Morrison's to Lidl at Easter Road, maybe slightly longer, is an easier journey to make. So therefore the drive time is slightly shorter, and therefore people are more likely in that area to go to that Lidl as opposed to go to the site. And therefore, on that basis, I suppose using the location of other Lidl stores as a factor in determining the catchment area, for that reason, the Morrisons is not in the catchment area. Now, I think that's what I've taken from what Hargis said. I'll ask him to correct me if I'm wrong, and then Mr. McLean, I'll ask you to come back with any comments you want to counter what I've just summarised. So, Mr. Hargis, was that a fair summary of what your position is?
Yes, ma'am, that is a fair summary. So it's not to do with whether people would travel to Morrison's. That's an irrelevance. What we're concerned with is the market area for this store. So if you lived in Pierce Hill, if you, hypothetically speaking, because no one actually does live at Morrison's, but if you're at that entrance, at that point, it is easier, slightly, to travel to and from the Easter Road Lidl than it is to Seafield Road. And these stores are selling identical products at identical prices. Why would you travel further? Why would you make a longer journey? So that is why the boundary is slightly to the east of Morrison's, but happens to go through Pierce Hill. I think Mr. McLean was agreeing that you would include the centre as a whole. I'm not entirely sure, because I don't think he was quite answering your question, ma'am. So it's nothing to do with where, you know, the role of Morrison's and where it draws its trade from, because we know Morrison's catchment is quite large and overlaps a number of other stores, and it would overlap with this store. That isn't the point. The point is which Lidl, if you were going to go to a Lidl and you lived in Pierce Hill, which one would you go to? And you know, my assessment was, which as far as I see, I haven't heard anything from Mr. McLean, you know, countering it or contradicting it, is that you would travel to Easter Road. You referred to CEC7, but that doesn't tell us anything. I mean, it just happens to tell you what the travel drive time is between Easter Road and Aldi. You know, it doesn't show Morrison's, and you know, it's irrelevant as far as I can see.
Mr. McLean, do you come back?
Yes, thank you, Ma'am. We'll go back to CEC1 again. It indicates Morrison's to the proposed Lidl site is 6 minutes, 1.5 miles. The proposed Lidl site to Lidl in Easter Road, 7 minutes, 1.6 miles. And furthermore, in addition to that, if you look at the retail impact assessment, CE3, most of the trade diversion, the largest amount of trade diversion is assumed to come off Morrison's, which that's fine with me. But I mean, that shows you that the author also thinks that there is a relationship there if they're assuming that that's where most single trade diversion is going to come from. Which again suggests that the Morrison's is in the proposed Lidl catchment, and it's all supported in the tables in the retail assessment. So basically, the proposed Lidl site is nearer to Morrison's than the Easter Road one.
I agree that is what CD1 would show. But I think what is not on there, and what Ms. Hargis has spoken about today, is the distance from the Pierce Hill area, or Morrison's, if you're standing at the drive of Morrison's and it was a house, to both Lidl's at Easter Road and Seafield Road. And his view is that if you did that, maybe not on pure distance, but on ease of drive and drive time, those living at Morrison's, if there was a house there, are more likely to travel to Lidl at Easter Road than Lidl at Seafield Road. And that has informed the catchment area at that point. But what he's done in order to maybe cautiously assess the impact is he's looked at the Morrison's as a whole, as Pierce Hill local centre as a whole, to look at the impact. And therefore, I don't think it is surprising that there would be a draw from that Morrison's, because yeah, you're right, people are likely who currently shop at Morrison's, not initially living at Morrison's, but those people within the catchment area who currently shop at Morrison's may likely to go to Seafield Road if there's a shop there rather than Morrison's, therefore there's a trade draw. So do you accept or that there is a difference between the two arguments? One looking at catchment and where people are likely to shop, and in my mind that I was looking at the impact of what the store would do to a local centre which is partly within the catchment area. So in my mind I think there's a distinction, and I just wonder if you think there's a distinction between the two and the approach that Mr. Harris has taken, or if in your mind fundamentally Morrison's should be in the catchment area.
I think fundamentally, I think it should, Morrison's should be in the catchment area because it's 6 minutes and 1.5 miles from the proposed Little at Seafield Road. And the Little at Easter Road is just a bit further out than that. So fundamentally, that is my thinking. And also, but the implications if you have if it's assumed to be outside the catchment means that it starts to introduce or beg the question, perhaps there's more floor space needed because there's unmet expenditure, which is all leaking from the smaller catchment area. And that's, that's probably what the appellants are seeking to persuade you. And that appears later as an option in their, something to explore in their own retail assessment.
That's the point about the quality deficiency that you're coming on to by taking it out, you're then creating a deficiency which actually if Morrison's was in, you wouldn't have a deficiency. And I suppose it comes back to the point we spoke about at the beginning of the hearing that there's many factors or several factors that you look at when determining a catchment area. I suppose your view is very much you're looking at the 6 minute drive time, and that should be the key determinant factor for the catchment area, therefore Morrison should be in. But if I think there should be other factors, then is it reasonable to take the view that drive time to the Little Easter Road has been a reasonable factor to take into account when assessing the catchment area?
Yes, ma'am. But to put it all together, I also agree, and Mr. Hargis would as well, that it's also the configuration of the stores in the whole area that matter, as well as the drive times and so forth. But where there's, I would say more people would be drawn towards the proposed Little Seafield Road if it was built than probably up to the the proposed Little at Seafield Road rather than the Little at Easter Road. So I would say very much it's in the catchment area of the proposed Little, the Morrison's is, I mean.
Mr. Hargis, do you want to say anything further?
Oh, just a couple of points. I mean, I know Mr. McLean referred to a bit earlier about trade diversion and matters such as that and the retail impact. I can comment on that if you feel it's helpful, but I won't, unless you feel, if it's a point that you think needs addressing, I can address that. And Mr. McLean seems to be relying on the issue about the 6 minute drive time as the reason for his including it. I'm not quite sure where 6 minute came from, because up until now, as per your question earlier, the council were arguing for 8 minutes. And if you went back to CEC1 on the basis of 8 minutes, you would include all of those stores that are listed there going as far as Howard and Commercial Street, if you take those, if you accept those driver times. But the council are not arguing that. So there doesn't seem to be any consistency in their approach here. So I just reiterate the point is that the issue is not whether people in Craigentini and Wrestle-Rig shop in Morrison's. We know for a fact that they do. We know that that is in the catchment area. That's irrelevant. The issue is whether people in Pierce Hill would choose this Lidl as opposed to another existing Lidl. And and my evidence is that it's fine. It's a finely balanced situation, but actually Easter Road is easy to access. And in fact, I mean, though I didn't talk about, I dismissed the issue of buses as far as the appeal site is concerned. You have to remember that there are, from Pierce Hill, there are a lot of buses that go to the top of Easter Road. So if you're going by public transport, it's clearly, easier to get to Easter Road. than it would be to the appeal side. I mean, that overlaps with the issues in hearing session 3. But I don't think there's any question, not that there's any evidence, but there are a lot of buses going on Portobello Road travelling towards the city centre. And that just reinforces the point that actually, you know, it could be argued that if we put more weight on that none of Seafield should be in the catchment area.
Mr. McQueen?
I mean, under that argument, if it's easier to get to the Little at Easter Road with transport, why is there a proposed site at Seafield Road at all?
Well, I think I've got evidence for me that explains why the appellants think there should be a site at Seafield Road, and I'm trying to assess based on that whether it should be ahead. But I think on the catchment area, is there anything else you want to add or comment on in respect of what Mr. Hodges said about why he has split or made a difference between where the catchment area runs and how he's assessed the impact of the store?
I don't really have anything more to add, ma'am.
Did you want to comment on whether you focus on the 6-minute drive time and previously it was an 8-minute drive time? Do you want to comment on that at all? That was the point Mr. Hodges made.
Yes. Yes, ma'am, I should have added, actually. The CEC1 was drawn up using the council's mapping software. So that's where this data comes in about time and distance. It wasn't my calculation. Although I did an independent one using the AA one, it was much the same. So, but that's where it's come from. So it's come from a proper program.
And I suppose the point Mr. Hodges was making was that if you took a 8-minute drive time, you include all of those stores within the catchment area.
Well, if you took it as far as that, yes, but I also agree that because the configuration of stores, that it's a sort of like a sort of halfway point. So it's quite fair to keep these the littles at Easter Road and Commercial Street, Aldgate Commercial Street, and so on, out of the main catchment, because the draw will just get weaker and weaker as you head towards these stores. So that's why the catchment, as it's drawn, apart from Morrison's, is fine.
So the point I'm making there is the configuration of stores, and I get what you're saying in that you get the point where if you included the Aldi and Lidl, people are naturally going to go there rather than our sites. Therefore,
Yes,
it's so good
yes,
they shouldn't be in the catchment area.
yes. It's sorry about the noise. It's you don't just take, as we said, just 8 minutes all the way around. You have to take account of the position of other stores. So I mean, that's what we started off talking about, and that's fine. So it's not a rigid isochrone of 8 minutes. It takes account of the other stores.
Okay, if I take that slightly further to see if I can get a position on this. If you accepted Mr. Hodges' position that the Lidl and Easter Road was easier to get to from Morrison's, would you accept that that would influence where the catchment area at Morrison's would be and whether Morrison's is in or out?
Sorry, ma'am, could you repeat that again? Sorry about that.
Oh no, not at all, not at all. Right, so I think what you're saying is 8 minutes, but you take account of the location of stores and you have a kind of sense check as to how appropriate 8 minutes is and whether certain stores in the 8 minutes would have such an impact on the catchment that they shouldn't be included. And I get that. I think that was how the catchment area, the north part of the catchment area was determined, in that the impact of the Aldi and a Lidl will be so much that there's no point drawing the catchment area with them in it, because they have such an impact that everyone would go there rather than to the site. I was just wondering if the same logic applies to looking at the Morrison site, assuming there's a house on Morrison's, and if we accept that it is quicker and easier to get from Morrison's to Lidl, and I can do another site inspection after this hearing, starting with myself on this point. But if it is the case, it's easier to get from Morrison's to the Lidl Easter Road rather than the Morrison's to the Lidl at Seafield Road, then would it be acceptable to therefore exclude Morrison's from the catchment area on the basis that, on the same basis as you've looked at for, say, the Aldi, the people in the area are not going to come to the site, but would go to the other Lidl, and therefore that is impacted or informed the catchment area at that point. So rather than just take the strict distance time, as you said with the Aldi and the Lidl, at this point there's been a sort of sense check, or it's been formed by the equidistance or the better distance or between Morrison's and Easter Road, and that is impacted on how the catchment area has been drawn. Does that correlate back to where we are at Morrison's and how you get to the position at Morrison's? I'm just wondering if that's a reasonable approach in this case.
I think, ma'am, I think it's the distance is important here. I still believe that it is within the catchment, and the drive along from Lidl going up to Easter Road is pretty busy, and all the rest of it. It's probably not a very restful drive, but never mind the drive times and the distances given in CEC1, and you can see the positions of the stores between them all. So I'm really sticking to Morrison's as being within the catchment, ma'am. I don't think that, I think it's very much in the catchment.
And so you still stand by the CEC2 drawing, which is where CEC think the catchment area should be drawn.
Yes.
And I just wondered then, if we look at that, how did you determine where that line should be drawn?
The CEC2 is really a modification of the map in the retail assessment CD3 to more clearly show that, well, to clearly show that Morrison's is within the catchment, because the catchment drawing in the retail assessment is inconsistent with all the tables. So this map was prepared actually by the council to show Morrison's firmly within the catchment. So that's the only variation from the one that's in the retail assessment. So this is now consistent with the tables in the retail assessment, because all these tables are obviously prepared with that in mind.
Do the tables and the assessment of retail impact have to be consistent with the catchment area?
Absolutely, 100%.
I'll just ask Mr. Hargis for his response to that.
Ma'am, if I understand correctly the question, you're basically saying, do you have to present all the retail impact tables exactly as per the catchment area? So, so on that basis, I would have to split Pierce Hill, and I want to know what the impact is on Pierce Hill Centre, because there's a policy seeking to protect it in the local development plan, and of course an SPP. But you can't do that if you split it. You may have a higher impact on one part and a lower impact on the other. But we want to know what the impact is on that centre as a centre. So therefore, it's a nonsense to split it. It produces meaningless information, and you can't assess it against the relevant policy. And the other thing I want to say is that it seems from what Mr. McLean is saying is that the council are very happy to work on the basis of equity access between Lidl other little stores or indeed the Audit Commercial Street and so on in defining the catchment area, except at Morrison's. In Morrison's, because it suits them, they want to sort of include it within the catchment area. Suddenly it's a different rule that has to be applied there, a different approach. And its approach has got no basis because they're talking about 6-minute drive time. There's no basis for the 6-minute drive time in that area. Why haven't they gone 8 minutes? And that would include quite a lot of residential areas in Duddingston. And who knows what the quantitative deficiency figures would be, or the catchment area population and so on. It makes no sense in the southeast because the catchment area, they talk about 8 minutes. Well, that would have to extend down to Joppa, which is much closer to Little Store and Musselburgh. There is no consistency in the way that the council are doing it. They're just amending the rules to suit what they want to argue. Dominant factor in defining this catchment area is relative ease of access to different little stores, because that is, you can't get a more similar competing store than another little, because they're saying the same products, same prices. There can be marginal differences in terms of, car parking or whatever. But, that is the most important factor in determining it in this area. Drive time's not relevant because, as I say, people will drive, total drive time, including door to door, 15 minutes or so. That would take you a very long way in this part of the city. So the dominant factor becomes, other locations. Yeah, so I mean, that's really a question. It seems that they're bending the rules to suit what they want to argue. But I would repeat the point I said at the outset, is that if you're arguing about a slight shift of the boundary line by 100 meters or 150 meters, whatever the distance is on CEC1, is that a sound base CEC2? Is that a sound basis for identifying quantitative deficiencies or even population growth within the catchment area? Because if the catchment area is so arbitrary, and we know that it's soft, we know that it's porous, the flows goes between, you have to question, is that a reliable basis for assessing the impact? Given that, I could have drawn that primary catchment area, as many practitioners do, on the basis of like 75–80% of trade law. And that would have excluded Portobello and would be entirely north of Portobello Road, and there'd be no debate about Morrison's or PSM. And that would happen to show a massive quantitative deficiency, as we'd see on Friday, or Thursday, Friday.
Okay, I'll stop you there. Thanks. Mr. McLean, do you have anything else you want to add? I think I understand the relative position for parties and the differences in views. Is there any final comments you want to make? I don't want to get into quality deficiencies because that will come up on Thursday and Friday, but is there anything else you want, any other points you want to make in relation to the catchment?
No, other than just to reinforce that the Morrison's is firmly in the appellant's tables. So we didn't put it there.
And I can see that from CDP as well. I can see it from the table. But I understand the different views of the parties, and I can mull over that. I think based on what we've said in relation to question 11, question 12 almost is up to me as to what catchment area I should rely on. So I don't think I need to ask that question. I've got obviously CT3, which has got figure 1.2, and I've got CEC2. And also I've come to some conclusions to what I think about the catchment area and the Morrison's point. So I don't really think I need to ask question 12. Question 13, I understand the point here, and I don't need to ask this question either. I understand why the centre's been split, but why the whole centre's been assessed from a retail impact point of view. So I don't think I'm going to ask question 13 either, unless there's any comments either party want to make that I haven't kind of heard so far. So Ms. Hargis, I'll just double check. Is there anything you want to add in relation to 13?
Yeah, I think, ma'am, I've covered that.
Mr. McLean, do you want to add anything?
Not really, ma'am. No, I think we've done that.
Okay, we'll move on to question 14. First of all, I want to direct this to the council. And it was just something in your statement. I said at paragraph 4.3, it stated the catchment area does not fully explain overlapping coverage by existing discount food stores and supermarkets outside the catchment area. And it was really what do you want me to take from that statement, and how would that affect the catchment area?
I think, ma'am, it's probably these are being resolved in that since that statement was made, both parties have a better understanding in terms of time, distance, configuration, and all the rest of it. So I think not much to add, ma'am. I don't think there's a confusion about that now from our side. Does that help, ma'am?
Yes, I mean, I think I understand how the appellant take into account other Lidls, other Aldi's, how that informed the catchment areas. I think I understand more about how catchment areas work. I don't think I need to go much further into that unless Ms. Hard has any other points you want to make in the context of that. But I think we've probably covered that, particularly your description of how food catchment areas can be, the flexibility, they're not a hard and fast line, and how they've been informed by other stores, and also how people shop. I think that kind of covers all the points there, unless there's anything else you want to add.
No, ma'am, I think we've covered it.
Right, turning to question 15. I think we've gone some way to answer this one as well, to be honest. Possibly more so in relation to existing Lidl stores, but perhaps not so much in relation to Aldi's. And it probably leads on to question 16 as well. And I'm just, I suppose we can maybe ask the question, not in relation to Lidl's, because I understand how Lidl at Newkirk Gate, how Little Easter Road had an impact on the catchment area. I probably understand how Aldi in Commercial Street impacted on the catchment area. I suppose the one that sticks out is maybe the Aldi in Portobello. And if you look at CD24, perhaps suggesting that the distance from competing stores, the fact that should be considered to determine the catchment areas. And I suppose the Aldi in Portobello is not right in the middle of the catchment area, but is firmly in the catchment area. So it's understanding what account was taken of that when looking and determining your catchment area for the proposed store.
So, ma'am, just to clarify, is this Aldi at Portobello or Aldi at Commercial Street?
The one at Portobello.
Yes, ma'am. It was, as I say, the greatest similarity in terms of greater competition for a new Lidl store will be another Lidl store, and that's a key factor. And undoubtedly, there is competition for trade with the Aldi because they are pretty similar. They're in a similar sector identified by the Competition Commission. What it means is that the northern half of Portobello will make a significant contribution to the turnover of the proposed store at Seafield Road, but its level of market penetration in North Portobello is significantly lower than other parts of the catchment. I think I've mentioned this already, so there'll be highest levels of market penetration in the north, in the Restful Rig area, lower levels of Craig and Tinney, and lower levels again in Portobello. So in terms of its relative importance, in terms of trade in that part of Portobello, it would not be as important, would not have as large a market share as Aldi, because it's more difficult to get to in comparison with a store on your doorstep. But nonetheless, because the catchment area is identified from the perspective of the proposed store, it still is making a significant contribution to the turnover. So it has, it expressly took into account the location of the Aldi. And there's no way I would believe that send news expressed to me from Netherlands, from Tim could verify this, that trade will come to that store. Significant, an identifiable amount of trade will come from North Portobello to the proposed store. So therefore it's included in the catchment. just not as important as Howley in that part of the catchment area. But this is, this shows how you're dealing with overlapping catchments. I mean, we picked up on this before, and there are multiple stores with multiple overlapping catchments in the whole of this area, whether it's Morrison's or, CD5 shows that very well, regardless of the, sample size and so on, which we can come to on in session 4, hearing session 4. It is very clear that a lot of people shop in multiple, in a range of different stores. That will be true whether or not this store is built. So the short answer is yes, it was taken into account.
Thank you. Mr. McLean, do you want to add anything? I think you said earlier that
Yes.
the inclusion of Aldi was reasonable
Yes.
in terms of the catchment
Yes,
area.
I do, yes. So I've nothing material really to add now, but
I think on that basis, we've covered question 16. Because I think, Mr. Hargis, you've explained what account was taken of Aldi and Portobello. I think you've explained the impact it would have on market penetration. And I don't think either you think it's reasonable to change the catchment area to take it out of the catchment for the reasons we've discussed. So I don't think I need to ask question 16 based on what we've said so far. Turning to the Aldi and Commercial Street now, the north. No, on my site inspection, I did walk a considerable distance that day, and it wasn't a particularly nice day. It was fair to say, it was all foggy. It was actually quite cold, but I did walk a long way through the catchment area, around the catchment area, which was very interesting actually. And it made me wonder what the impact of the Aldi and Commercial Street would be, albeit it is some distance from the catchment area, particularly given the walking time and distances from the north part of the catchment area to Aldi and to Lizzle. And I also noted there's a Sainsbury's local between the Aldi and the site. And I wondered if that had any impact. So it was really just unpicking that a little bit to understand what account was taken of that in relation to the catchment area to the north.
Just for some reason I wasn't sounding as if I was speaking. The key factor in the north is the location of Little Unley in Newkirk Gate in Leith. And that is the key determinant of where the boundary is. It's the equidistance between that and Seafield Road. So because Commercial Street is further north, it may be marginally shorter if you carry on Seafield Street and so on, but really it's the Little which is determining the boundary in this locality. And the same is true with Sainsbury's Local. Sainsbury's Local is a convenience format store. It's serving distinctly different market area, type of market within groceries. So in this area, it really is the Little and Leith that is the key factor.
Mr. McLean, do you want to add anything?
no, not really. I think the Aldi and Commercial Street would contribute to it, but as Mr. Hargis said, probably the one in Newkirk Gate is more significant.
Okay, going on to question 18. And actually, I'm not sure I need to ask this, but I will ask just to get views. And this goes touching on session 4, which will look at quality deficiencies. I don't want to go into actual quality deficiencies, but the suggestion that it's primarily with a deficiency in the Wrestlebrook area. And we can look at that, touch on that later sessions. Would it have been more reasonable to restrict catchment area to focus around that area? Or do you still consider the catchment area is reasonable as to how it's drawn now? So I'll start with you, Mr. Hargis, and then Mr. McLean's views on
Ma'am, although market penetration in Westfield will be higher than other parts of the plan catchment area, to exclude the other areas would effectively inaccurately reflect where that proposed store would take trade from, and its trade draw. And the whole point about the primary catchment area is to identify a large majority, or in this case we said all of the turnover for the store for retail impact purposes. So in short, I don't think it would be right to restrict the catchment area just to Restalry. In fact, the population in that area wouldn't sustain a store anyway.
Mr. McLean?
I don't have much to add, ma'am. I would say the catchment as it is okay, not least because of the scale of it. So that I'll just leave it as Mr. Hargis has said.
Okay, that's all really helpful. And I think based on what I've heard and how my understandings evolved during the hearing session, I don't need to ask question 19. So I think I'll just go into question 20 and just ask for any concluding remarks from the parties. Appellant want to go first, any concluding remarks, and I'll turn to the council.
Well, Ma'am, you've obviously got your notes and this is recorded. So,
yeah, to the council first.
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Nelson, I'm not sure if you're going to start with this.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, I had heard it as the appellant first as well, so it clearly wasn't just Mr. Armstrong that misheard that. I think from our end, as just been stated, you have your notes on this, and I think that really the core point of difference between the parties does come down to the extent of the catchments and the inclusion or not of Morrison's, as has been set out. As far as we're concerned, it was clear from the actual retail impact assessment carried out and the information within it that it was including Morrison's in terms of the references made, and we thought that was right and proper, and that's what we've been setting out this morning. But otherwise, there's a large degree of agreement over the catchment area that should be used in assessing this. I'm not intending, ma'am, to go and restate a bunch of points that you've got the record of from this morning.
No, thank you. The point was just a final wrap up, because you will have a chance to do closing submissions as well. So it was just to cover any final points you want to draw my attention. So that's fine. It's short and sweet.
Yeah, absolutely, ma'am. I think there's wider planning points and other issues that I don't think that's helpful to go into them at this stage.
Okay, and the panel, any final comments?
Well, ma'am, as I said, we will be making closing submissions in due course on all these matters. But I think what has really come out of the discussion today is the great level of agreement between Mr. McLean agreeing with Mr. Hargis in respect of just about every question that was considered, apart from the issue in relation to Morrison's. And, Ma'am, it is relevant to contrast the position now of the council with, or the position of Mr. McLean for the council, with obviously the position that was set out in the report to committee, and indeed in the responses in relation to this appeal on virtually all the issues that the council appeal to have raised matters and concerns about. They now have been addressed, apart from in relation to essentially the issue in relation to Morrison's. And, Ma'am, on question 11, you summarised the position of Mr. Hargis, and catchment and impact are different, and considering the impact on the centre does not mean that just because the boundary runs through part of the centre, it has to go into the catchment. With respect to Mr. McLean's position, and I will obviously set this out in detail in a closing submission, it does, when analysed, defy logic. And that can be seen from Mr. McLean's answer to your question when you asked him about the distance in relation to Morrison's to Liddell's and Easter Road. Mr. McLean's whole case really on this point was fixed on CEC1 and the distance from Morrison's to the site. So Mum, that clearly is a key point to take on board from this session. But otherwise, you've obviously got your notes on this, and it is recorded. But the other key point is the level of agreement between Mr. McLean accepting Mr. Hodges's position on so many points.
Okay, thank you for that. I think that's been a really useful session. So thank you for attending, for your contributions. Certainly, I've got from it what I need on that topic, which is great, actually. And we've managed to fit it in time, which is another good thing. I almost wondered if we go over time, but actually it's pretty good. We just finished on time. So that's the end of hearing session 1 on catchment. The next hearing session, which is on population growth and housing, starts at 1:30 this afternoon. So again, rather than leaving the meeting, if you can just switch off your videos, mute your microphones, and Cal will put a slide up so anyone on the live stream will know we're on break till 1:30. And if you come back at 1:30, we'll then start that session for the afternoon. But thank you all. Go and get some time away from your screens, stretch your legs, have some lunch, and I'll see you at 1:30. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
That's it. In terms of the catchment
Afternoon, everyone. I'll just go. Oh, Mr. Nelson's back. Okay, so I think that's everyone here. Well, afternoon, everyone. I make that 1:30. So we'll open the second of our 4 hearing sessions. This morning we discussed the catchment area, and this afternoon we're discussing population growth and housing. And this session is scheduled to last until 4 p.m. And again, we'll have a short break at a convenient time during the afternoon to give us all a wee break from our screens. Again, before we start, I'll just remind you that all teams must adhere to government guidance on COVID-19 when participating today. And again, please ensure that your phones or other devices are not audible during the session, albeit I recognise you need to contact one another. Now, as I've already said, we're discussing population growth and housing. The final agenda was circulated last week. And again, I added at the start of the agenda the documents that I thought were most likely to be referred to during the course of the session, just so we've got them to hand. In addition to those, there's also the document CEC 12, which was lodged yesterday, which updated their evidence in light of the late document from the appellants, LIDL 3. So I think that will also be referred to during the course of today as well. Obviously, the appellant will have an opportunity to comment on that as we go through the agenda today and the questions. As I said earlier, that does not preclude parties referring to other documents as we go on. Are there any other documents that anyone thinks they may want to refer to that we should get to hand at the moment, Mr. Armstrong?
Mum, no, I think these are all the documents that we would be intending to refer to. And as I think I suggested in the email yesterday, it might be useful to sort of either have question 6 or 7 for the discussion on CEC 12. It would seem that's a logical place for it to fit in the questioning.
Yeah, I agree. That's probably is the most logical point for it to come in. So we'll probably cover it at that point. Mr. Nelson, any other documents you think we need to have ready?
I'm willing to be corrected by Mr. Miller, but I don't think so. I think that seems a reasonable list there. There may be others, but I think that's pretty much everything.
And as I said, you're not precluded from going to the documents during the course of the answers as we go through. It's just so we're kind of ready to go with our documents. As I said this morning, the documents will not be shown on the screen. So again, you'll expect to do it from your own devices or your paper copies. So before we move into the substantive part, are there any procedural matters that anyone wants to raise? Mr. Armstrong?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Okay, great. Then we will just move on. Hopefully we've all got the agenda in front of you. So similarly to the last session, the first question is a general question to the council. And it's really whether the council has any points it wants to raise at this point in response to the appellant's hearing statement and rebuttal statement for this session that do not appear to be covered in items below.
I just pass that to Mr. Miller in the first instance if he's got anything wishes to say at this point.
Yes, I do have a few points I wish to make. I'll try to make reference to the relevant parts of the statements. First point that we'd make is in relation to section 2 of the appellant's hearing statement. And the council's view is that it doesn't agree with that the proposed catchment area clearly determines the population, as the population area identified extends beyond the proposed catchment area. So that's the first point wish to make. The second point.
Sorry, can you just repeat that point again? Sorry.
Yes, certainly. The council does not agree that the proposed catchment area clearly determines the population, as the population area used or identified extends beyond the proposed catchment area. That's the first point council would like to make. The second point that we would like to make is that we do not agree with paragraph 5, bullet 4 of the appellant's hearing statement, that there has been no significant new convenience provision since 2000. Council's view is that there are 2 new Aldi stores that have been built since 2000. The third point relates to the appellant's rebuttal, and paragraph 5 of the rebuttal, which criticises the council's choice of output areas. What I would emphasise is that the boundaries used for 2001, 2011 and 2018 are identical, as can be seen in CEC3. The only difference is between the boundaries for 1991 and 2001. But these differences can be clearly seen on map 2 in CEC3. The differences are highlighted between the green shading and I think it's a blue line. And what you find is if you look at those areas, you will find that I'll give an example of an area around Scottish Government's Victoria Quay. These are mostly areas of open space. And if you look at all the differences, you'll largely find they're simply areas of open space in which there won't be any population or negligible amounts of population. And therefore the council's view is that these very modest differences in boundary have negligible effects on the figures. And that's setting aside our views on the whole historic relevance of historic figures anyway. I just wanted to point that out. The final point I wish to make, or the council would wish to make, is in relation to the postcode sectors that have been used by the applicant. These are shown in figure 7.2 in their document Lidl 2. And if you look closely, what you will find is that the postcode sectors also vary between 1991 and 2001. So there's an inconsistency issue with using the postcode sectors as well. My view would be that the difference in the council's figures are negligible, a lot less significant than the postcode sectors. Those are the points that I would wish to make in relation to item 1 of the agenda.
Can I just clarify which paragraph you're referring to in relation to the first point that you made? Oh, sorry, do you want that? Mr. Miller, can I just clarify what paragraph you're referring to in the appellant's hearing statement in relation to point 1 that you made?
Yeah, I will do so if you give me a moment to find the relevant document. Yes, it relates to section 2 of the appellant's hearing statement, the first bullet point.
And you disagree with that statement because you
Correct.
don't agree because the population use extends beyond the catchment area, is that right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Okay, and I think some of these points we will cover when we get to the section on population, probably section 6. I would quite like the appellant's view on just your comments you made in relation to paragraph 5, bullet 4, about the fact there's been no provision of community floor space since before 2000, and obviously referred to the 2 Aldi stores. I'm assuming that's the Aldi store at Commercial Street and the Aldi store at Portobello. So maybe just helps to comment on that point just now, and I think we'll cover off other points on population later on in the agenda. Mr. Armstrong?
Yeah, well, if Mr. Hodges could come back on the point 5, as it were, it might also be helpful if he could just briefly come back on the point 1, because I don't actually think now there is terribly much of a dispute between the parties in relation to what figures we're going to use, and I think that's shown by CEC 12. And so it might save a bit of time if Mr. Hart just makes that point as well as dealing with the point about the all-day stores. So it may be that there isn't really a need to go into all the different figures and the postcode figures, etc. And we can just all go from the same set of figures, and that might make things go more smoothly.
No, that seems fair enough. Yeah, I'm happy to do that. Mr. Hodges?
Yeah, thanks, ma'am. In terms of the, Mr. Miller seems to be referring to not agreeing to the population figure. The only figure that I'm aware that we got from the council, which identifies the catchment area population, is that set out in CEC 12, which is in Mr. McLean's first bullet. And that figure, it doesn't seem to be disputing or challenging the figure that's used in CD3, which is a population of 21,446. So I'm not quite sure where, Mr. Miller is referring to a number that, the council hasn't produced any other numbers. So, and it seems that they're accepting, the numbers that are used in the retail impact assessment, albeit that the original figure in table 2.1 is for 2011. The second point about the Aldi stores, yes, we accept that there is, of course, a new Aldi in Portobello, which is a mistake in the statement. Those are 2 Aldi stores. The only other new Aldi store is in Commercial Street, which we certainly agreed this morning was outside the catchment area. So yes, there is 1 new Aldi store. There certainly aren't 2. And we have set out the position relating to pre-2011 populations. We acknowledge that whichever areas are used for identifying the population prior to that, there are discrepancies. So it makes a definitive view of pre-2011 populations less difficult, quite difficult to identify.
Okay, thank you. I might ask Mr. Miller just to come back on that first point. I mean, I think factually, we know there's the Aldi in Portobello as the new store. I think Ms. Hargis accepted that. Do you want to say anything more on that first point you made about the population in the catchment area?
When we get to that part of the agenda today, I can present some additional information that will revise the figures that the council used to update it to reflect the 2019 mid-year estimates. So if we want to cover that, I can cover that at the appropriate stage in the agenda.
Can I clarify what the additional information is? Is it CEC 12 that was lodged yesterday, or is it something else?
It is, I have updated the relevant figures in the Council's hearing statement to reflect the 2019 mid-year estimates, because one of the questions in the agenda asks what the difference will be. What are the implications of the Council's hearing statement of CC4 using the 2019 mid-year estimates and 2018 mid-year estimates? Can the Council identify the necessary amendments to the statement to calculate the impact? Yes, I can do that, and I will intend to do that under that bullet point in the agenda.
Okay, that is an agenda question. Can I just clarify? There was a document lodged on behalf of the council. To be fair, I think it probably was sent on Friday afternoon. And it was a note on Lidl catchment population and conveyance expenditure 2019 to 2028, following recent adoption of 2019 mid-year population estimates. Is that the information you're referring to?
That is. I will now read the document that you're referring to.
The document I've got has got about an open paragraph and then about 7 bullet points.
That information is, but I am able to provide the additional information with regard to the specific paragraphs in a hearing statement and the necessary changes that would relate to using those mid-year estimates, the up-to-date year estimates. So it would be relevant changes to those bits of the paragraphs. That's what I'm referring to. In addition to this information is correct. I also can tell you what the differences are in the hearing statement of using the up-to-date mid-year estimates for 2019.
Okay. Obviously the appellant won't have a chance to see these figures. I'm just wondering if it's worth you going through those changes now and then having even a 10-minute break for the appellant to look at these figures. And then we'll come back to the agenda just so they can do their own, I suppose, comparison with what figures they've got. Because I need the updated information and the newest information you have. I don't want the appellants not to have opportunity to consider that before we're going to the hearing session on these points, because it's a bit considering on the hoof. So is there a lot of changes to be made, or is there?
It won't take me long to go through them. I think the appellant probably already has the information, but hasn't seen how that affects the text of our hearing statement.
Okay, so do we need to take your hearing statement then?
Okay, I could take you through the changes.
Sorry, Mum, just before we go through the changes, I'm afraid I'm having difficulty hearing Mr. Miller. I wonder if we could perhaps turn up his volume a little bit. I'm told Mr. Hargis is also having difficulty hearing.
Well, hopefully you can hear me a bit better now.
Yeah.
Okay, the first change relates to paragraph 514.
Yep.
If you use the 2019 figures, there's a modest rise of 1,583, which is 7.5% since 1991, or 1,408, which is a 6.6% rise since 2001, compared to Edinburgh population rise of 6,016, which is a 25.3% change, and 48,304, which is a 10.1% change. The next change relates to paragraph 523. Site 7 changes from 105 units to 26 units. Site 8 becomes 0. And this amends the number of houses to be completed at Portobello, which is sites 6, 7, 8, 9 and 15. So the total number of units becomes 470, population becomes 940, and the expenditure becomes 2.06 million. Next change is paragraph 528. The figure for portable and leased together combined becomes 4.72 million, reflecting the changes made.
So that 4.27.
4.72 million.
72, okay.
The next change relates to paragraph 530. Sites 2 and 3 are complete by 2019, so there's no expenditure. Next paragraph is 531. Sites 4 and 5. Site 4 reduces to 0. So the total number of units becomes 6. The population is 12. Expenditure is 26,400. Next change is paragraph 532. The total figure reflecting the changes above changes to 4.76 million. Previously it was 5.7. That was 4.76 million. That's all the changes to the hearing statement. But obviously table 1 of CEC 4 needs to be amended as well to reflect those changes of using the 2019 mid-year estimates and the subsequent audit, housing audit for that year. I could take you through the small modifications to that table which reflect those modifications I just talked through. Okay, so obviously the column total number of units post 2018 becomes post 2019. Site 3 Fleming Place becomes changes from 36 units to 0. Site 4 Loaning Road changes from 59 units to 0. Site 7 changes from 105 units to 26. Site 8 Portobello High Street changes from 52 to 0. And the only other change is to the total at the bottom, which is 1082. That's all the amendments for the hearing statement and that table in CEC 4.
Right, from the panel's perspective, we've got all those changes. I think most of these will probably be discussed in the context of the agenda. Because I was going to go through the number of sites in the catchment area, or approved sites within the catchment area, allocated sites, then sites, or other sites, and then out with the catchment area, which will pick up some of these things. Do you want time to have a think through those figures, or are you happy to proceed as we are? On the basis that you will have a chance to comment as we go through, because they're all pertinent to the rest of the agenda. Mr. Armstrong?
Ma'am, I think we're happy just to go through and press on. We can discuss and perhaps get some clarification from Mr. Miller at some points when it comes up. But no, I think we can continue on just now on that basis.
Okay, thank you. We will cover, I think, all the points, so you'll get a chance to comment. Okay, so I think that covers question 1. That was helpful. Thanks for updating those figures at this point. I think that'll probably help the discussion later on. Question 2 is just a point that I'd like the party just to comment would be, we can agree on the point that in terms of policy RET 6A, if I consider that there's a quantitative deficiency, and that's going to be dealt with in the inquiry session later on, or that there's a qualitative deficiency, and we'll discuss that tomorrow, and whether or not there's an expanding residential population is irrelevant. So really what I'm saying is policy RET 6 has got 4 tests, but only 1 has to be met. I just want the parties to agree with that approach, that out of the 4 tests, if I find that 1 is met, that's sufficient to comply with that policy. Really, the appellant first.
Yes, ma'am, that is the appellant's position, and that is really the only rational interpretation one can put on policy at RET 6A.
And Mr. Nelson, I'm going to ask you, but it might not be you that's going to answer this, but I'll direct the question to you in the first instance.
I'll pass it to Mr. Miller, given he's a financial planner, so I think he's well equipped to answer the question.
Yes, the council's view is that these 4, shall we call them, strands of the policy are mutually exclusive. That only one element is required to be met. But I think it'd be useful if I provided a little bit more clarity than that. Council's view would be that that for a proposal to meet the 3rd element of the policy, as we're discussing today, in terms of expanding population, it would have to be demonstrated it meets those requirements specifically. So, for example, a proposal that was meeting not just the needs of an expanded population, but the needs of the existing population, say in the context of much wide areas such as Craig and Tirry or Wrestlerig, then it would not be meeting the needs of that mutually exclusive requirement or strand of that policy. So you wouldn't meet one and another, it would be one or the other. That's additional clarity I wanted to provide.
So yeah, if it's going to meet this strand, there has to be an expanding population.
To meet this strand, the proposal would have to demonstrate it's meeting the needs of the expanding population, but not the needs of the existing population. That's the point I'm trying to make. So there's different things.
Does it not just mean that it's meeting the needs of the population which is expanding?
Yes, and to do that, it has to be proportionate and it has to be located accordingly, which is why the council has given examples in its evidence, its core documents, to illustrate examples of modest-sized retail developments specifically to meet the needs of expanded population and not to meet the needs of a broader area. They are mutually exclusive requirements.
Because in your view, if it was to meet the needs of the existing or current population, that would be a deficiency and it would be caught under that strand? Is that
correct?
Okay. Okay, I'll ask the appellant to come back with their views on that.
I think Mr. Hodges will come back on that. But
Yes, no, I think you have to take the wording of RET 6A as it's written. You can't start putting in wishful interpretations of it. It's got to be read in plain English. And the question is, will it meet the needs of an expanding residential population? You know, is there an expanding population that it can meet the needs of? It's an ongoing situation. You come on to that the next question. So to try and sort of spin rather strange interpretations on it, it's just, you know, it's not a valid interpretation of the policy. You have to read it in plain English.
I have got some specific questions, but I'll ask Mr. Miller if he's got any final comments on this point before I move on to question 3.
Yes, Mr. Hargis is ignoring the supporting text of the plan, paragraph 251, which helps to define and set out what the policy means. You can't just read the words of the policy in isolation of that. You have to read the supporting text to get an understanding of what the purpose and the intention of the policy is. You have to read the two together. View is as I've just set out.
And obviously I will read the policy and the supporting text and come to my view and my interpretation of it. But Ms. Hargis, is there anything you want to, final comments you want to make?
Very quickly, and I agree that this is for you to interpret, but if we look at the supporting text in paragraph 2.251, it says there may be exceptional circumstances that we don't propose can justify an absence of location. Then it gives an example, and it's not exclusive. It doesn't say this is the only situation. There's just an example, and then it makes a comment about non-local provision. But then you have to question, is the text in that proposes for non-local provision, and it's not even defining what local is, let alone non-local, has to be considered in the context of the wording of the policy. So your primary factor, the primary issue when interpreting that policy is what does the policy say?
I understand what both parties' views are. Obviously, you're not going to agree on that. I understand both how you're interpreting the policy. You've both drawn me to the supporting text, which is helpful. So I think on that basis, I can move on to my other questions on the policy, so I can then consider the whole policy in the round. And the next one really was, what is meant by an expanding residential population? Is it just simply one that is growing? Are there any measures or thresholds that can be applied? And then how relevant is the total population growth across the city, kind of as a marker? Now, I'll start this by asking the council to comment, because it is their policy, and then I'll come to the appellant. So I'm assuming, Mr. Miller, you'll be answering this one too.
Yes, the supporting text in paragraph 251 defines it as a growing population, as you just pointed out, and it gives an example of small retail units to meet their needs. And the council's already given some evidence of the sort of thing it hasn't considers the policy to mean in that respect, and it's documentation. The only threshold is for proposals less than 250 square metres. They still have to meet the terms of the policy, except for criterion B. And as I said already, the council's view is that proposals have to be proportionate to the scale to meet the specific needs of that growing population, as I've already stated. In terms of how relevant is a growing population across the city, sorry, what was your subsequent question? The relevance of the total population across the city, that was just to demonstrate that the amount of growth, the amount of historic growth in this part of the city is very modest, which contrasts to the claims that the appellants made in their hearing statement. There hasn't actually been much population change.
I guess the part I was trying to think about the thresholds and measures is that if I think about an expanding population in the context of the policy, is it enough that that's expanded by one person, 100 people, modestly? How should I interpret expanding? Because if there's modest growth, is that expanding population? It's growing. So what kind of weight or significance should I base on the population numbers and the growth?
I assume you're asking me that question. I think the relevance of it is the amount of additional population and the relevance or the scale of the proposal, and therefore whether or not it's going to meet their needs. So the examples that the council has given of small retail units next to some quite sizable housing developments at Gilmerton, for example, they're small retail units, approximately 130 square metres each, to meet the needs of between 800 and 1,000 new houses. So we're talking small scale retail provision specifically to meet the additional needs generated by that new population. So there's no exact threshold that could be applied other than to make sure that the two are proportionate to one another.
Okay, but trying to go back to the point about expanding population. Is a population expanding if it's grown by one, or is there a threshold that you're kind of in policy terms it should be, well, expanding population means more than 100 over a period, or it should be 1,000 new people, or is it simply just we can show the population has changed between this point and that point, and it's higher at this point, therefore it's grown?
I would go with the latter. That's what's meant. What is the most recent baseline population? How much has it grown? But is it likely to grow by? Is the proposal proportionate to that change in population?
Okay, so your starting point is the most recent figures. You look at what that population might grow to be, and then you look at the scale, and the scale should be proportionate to the needs of that expanded bit of the population. Is that, am I understanding your position right?
That's the council's position, yes.
Okay. Okay, that is helpful. Just on the last point about how relevant is the total population growth, I guess thinking about your answer so far, would it be right to say to you that I think in your mind, just based on what we've said about how you were figuring out if there's growth and what the scale is, then the total population growth across the city is irrelevant because you're addressing the needs in a specific area based on the growth in that area?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay, that's really helpful. Mr. Hargis, do you want to comment on this, please?
Yes, and a few points. Firstly, as I say, you have to read it as it's written. It talks about expanding population. It doesn't talk about future expanding population. It's got to be read, and it's a present participle, it's a present action, it's an ongoing situation. So yeah, there is no indication in the wording of this policy that the starting point is now and only forwards, and therefore you ignore the context of the location which you're in. Second point is, well, what is a relevant period? The ODP was adopted in November 2016 and basic extends to 2026. I realise it's not one of the documents before you, ma'am, but in figure 7A on page 22 of the LDP, where it talks about housing land figures, the starting point there is 2015. That's where they start from when looking at housing allocations and so on. And on page 28, the LDP refers to going up to 2026. So that's providing a context for looking at expanding. And there is a kind of you can look at it in a hypothetical situation from what Mr. Miller is suggesting. You can have a situation where you've got an area which says growing now, very rapid growth. I'm not saying this area, but hypothetical example. And it reaches a point where it's able to support a new store. But from Mr. Miller's interpretation of the policy, which isn't as written down in the policy, you wouldn't be able to have a store because you're aiming to look forward. So if you have 5-6 years growth, able to sustain a new store, put in an application for a new store to support that growing population, because you can't put a store in when there's no market. It will lose trade for so many years. But Mr. Miller's interpretation, very extreme interpretation, said, no, sorry, you've had your growth, it's past, it's not coming forward anymore, you finish your development, so you can't have a store. That, to me, is a nonsensical view and interpretation of this policy, and it contradicts the whole basis of the LDP being for this 10-year period. I mean, yeah, that's probably summarises my position on this policy. There are one or two other points, but those are the key points. You have to take the policy, it's a present participle, it's an expanding, ongoing situation. It's not now and moving forwards. Has it been growing? Is it growing? Maybe it's not relevant to look at 20, 30 years in the past, but then it might be picked up under deficiencies, but you have to look at it in the context of now.
Before I come back to Ms. Mark, just a couple of points. Mr. Hargis, do you think that the total population growth across the city is relevant at all to this consideration of expanding population in the catchment area?
Well, it does produce a rather contradictory position between something like the ECNS UB25, which says there's no capacity, though it is capacity rather than expanding, and yet identifies the city has got a significant population growth in the foreseeable future. It identifies 8% over its study period. So you're introducing contradictions between ECNS and what the policy position is. But here we're looking essentially at the catchment area that's being served. So it's not so much the city as a whole, but it's the market area that will be served by the proposed store. And as we've sort of gone through this morning, a catchment area isn't a rigid boundary. It's a soft area. It varies. So even then, and how you define it might be limited to what sort of proportion of trade you're looking at. So it's in the vicinity of the catchment area that is the key factor here.
And in your view, are there any thresholds to show that the population is expanding, or is it just the fact that the numbers are going up by, doesn't matter how many, it's just as long as they're going up, that shows the population is expanding?
Well, the policy doesn't identify any thresholds. Mr. Miller referred to 250 square metres. I mean, that's completely out of context, because all that is saying is that for a store up to 250 square metres, you don't have to comply with Ret 6B, but have to comply with the rest. So it's irrelevant as far as we're concerned. There are no thresholds in this policy. And then so it's a matter of judgment whether it's an appropriate level of expansion in the context of the area of what you've got.
Mr. Miller, do you want to respond to some of those points?
Yes, there's a couple of points. First of all, you need to have a starting point somewhere to say what has the change been that you're looking for this new proposal to meet their requirements. The starting point we put in our evidence was 2018. Now suggested we should use 2019. That's fine. Quite happy doing that. But you have to have a starting point and then say, what is the change that's likely to happen from that point? And 2019 was 2 years ago now. So it's, we're taking into account some change that's already happened. And you project forward and say, what is the likely change to be in the coming years that this proposal is seeking to try and meet the needs of? So that's my first point. So in some respects, we are looking slightly back, but there's limits as to how far back you can go. You can't apply it retrospectively. The further back you look, the more relevant it becomes to take to take account of other things, other stores that have been provided. So for example, you do have the new store, the new Aldi store at Portobello, and that has provided additional retail floor space. So that's relevant in respect of these new housing proposals, which happen to be, some of those housing sites are right next to that Aldi at Portobello. So the further back you look, the more you've got to look at what additional provisions being provided. And there's other stores as well, except at the commercial streets. Aldi's out with the catchment, but certainly within the catchment of the new housings that are being built at Leith. So I think the council's position is you need to have a starting point, a baseline. You look forward to see how much expansion population you're expecting, and then you can clearly determine whether or not that the proposal on the table is capable and proportionate to meet the needs of that expanding population. You have to start somewhere. That would be the council's view.
Okay, and your starting point, as you say, would be either 2018 or 2019.
Happy with either date.
Okay, Mr. Hargis.
If you're looking at a starting point, you have to consider the policy is part of an LDP that is planning for a period of between around about 2015 to 2026. If you're going to insist that there needs to be a defined starting point, the policy only makes sense as part of that plan if you take it to the beginning of the local LDP period. That would suggest that you have to look back to 2015, 2016. If you don't do that, you end up with the same problem that you know, highlighted in that hypothetical example. That you were saying we've had population growth, but you can't build anything to meet that, you know, that demand that has been, that market that has been created by the housing development. In terms of the developments referred to housing at the north end of the catchment area, the former roadworks and so on. There's not been any significant new retail development in Leith serving that area. So the only retail proposal that's before you to look at that major residential development is the appeal proposal.
Sorry. You're suggesting the starting point is the start of the LDP period. What evidence do I have for me on that? I've got 2018 figures, 2019 figures, I've got 2011 figures. I suppose I don't have a figure for the start of the LDP period.
That's correct, ma'am. We haven't got a figure of 2015, 2016 existing population. We do know what the new housing developments are since then, and the completions. So you can identify those as a proxy for population change, and we'll go down. No doubt we'll be going through those shortly. But you're correct that we haven't got a specific existing base population. We know that the period has experienced significant growth between 2011 and 2019, and those figures are before you, but we don't have specific figures for either 15 or 16.
Okay, Mr. Miller, is there any final comments you want to make?
Yes, just one comment. There's the issue of double counting. If you start looking backwards and looking at housing sites and things that have been completed since 2016, you would have to start with a baseline population figure for 2016. Otherwise, you're double counting. So, as what we have available to us is figures based on 2018 or 2019. That's what we have to use.
But could I also use the 2011 to the 2019 figures as an indication of what's happened in that period and what's likely to happen between 2015, 16 and 2019?
I assume you're referring to the population estimates between 2011 and 2019, so you can see the difference or growth in population over that time period.
Well, we've got the census figure for 2011.
Yes.
And then we've got the mid-year estimates for 2019. With that, taking those two figures, I presume that's the best I've got before me to show what's happened in that period. Is that fair?
That is correct, but if you look at that, you'd also have to look at what floor space, additional floor space was provided in that time period to see whether or not the needs of that population growth were met, which the council has done so in it, or made reference to its hearing statement.
And if you looked at the 2011 to 2019 mid-year estimates, that should deal with double counting, provided we didn't double count in the period from 2019 onwards. Is that fair?
Yes, that could work.
You're like you've done today, we've updated your figures, you've added in where the number should be 0 because it should already be incorporated in those figures. So if we're doing that exercise, then there shouldn't be that double counting of housing allocations or new units plus already, that's already accounted for in those, or should be in those figures between 2011 and 2019.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Okay, I think I've got enough on that point, and we're likely to come back to it, I think, anyway, probably in question 6 and 7. Anyway, that was really in the context of the policy to give me a feel for that. So moving on to question 4. We've kind of probably touched on this, and really it was my point, is that in policy terms, is it only the population from the catchment area that is relevant when interpreting the policy? And I'm looking at the catchment area as a whole, or pockets of the catchment area, and then come back to, I think, the point that Mr. Hargis touched on is what's the relevance of the population in the surrounding areas close to the catchment area. So Mr. Miller, I'll come to you first in these points, and I'll go to Mr. Hargis.
The council's view is that the policy is quite clear in this, that they must be within the proposed catchment area. In terms of the second question, it's a very unlikely that all parts of the catchment area would be expanding. And coming back to the point I've already made, what's important is that the proposal is proportionate, well placed to meet the needs of that expanded population and not the wider area or existing population. Do you want me to answer the last part? What's the relevance of the population in the surrounding areas? Well, as far as I'm concerned, it's not relevant because it's outside the proposed catchment area. Plus, there are also other retail units better placed to meet their needs, which is a relevant material consideration.
Mr. Hargis?
Yes, ma'am. First point is a point that reiterated a few times, which is, as we've explored, and I believe Mr. McLean agreed this morning, that the PCA is not the catchment area boundary is not a fixed boundary, it's not a solid line. It's to a degree, it's an artificial construct because it depends on what proportion of trade you want to assume goes within that catchment area, how you treat occasional trips from a much wider area, because all the trade to the store comes from ultimately a very wide area. For any store, even a convenience format store. So that provides a context for reading that policy that you can't define rigidly what the catchment area is. It was used for retail impact purposes in CD3. So you've got to look at areas on the margins of that catchment area are relevant. I mean, in that context, I would refer you to the objectives of shopping and leisure section of the LDP, which is on page 239, where the third bullet is one of the objectives is to ensure that some basic convenience provision is made or attained within walking distance of all homes. So that's regardless of whether or not those homes are within a defined catchment area or not. So again, that's a further context for looking at catchment area. So I suppose the answer to that question is the starting point is the catchment area, but you've got to look at the context of the area and recognise the fact that catchment area is not a rigid boundary. So in the case of providing access to basic or decent convenience provision, as we'll see in session 3, there are major housing areas which are immediately out with the defined boundary, but are within a reasonable and easy walking distance of the proposed store. That becomes relevant. So I think, so in summary, starting point is a catchment area, but it needs to be taken in the context of what a catchment area boundary is, and what's happening at the margins and slightly beyond that boundary, and whether that meets the objectives of the LDP.
Okay, if I actually look at the policy itself, it does say an expanding residential population within its catchment area. So the policy does make direct reference to within its catchment area. So how does that fit with what we've just said?
Ma'am, you've got to look at the wording here. Again, it's sloppy wording in the policy, unfortunately. It refers to the catchment area. We refer to the primary catchment area. Where does the bulk of the trade come from? What is the primary catchment area of the store? You could argue that a PCA and catchment area are not the same thing. The catchment area will extend beyond. Now, for the retail impact assessment that we discussed this morning, we used a working assumption to overestimate impacts, just assume that all the trade is coming from that catchment area. Whereas in fact, my evidence this morning was that there would be some trade from beyond that area. And that makes it very difficult to find what is the catchment area of the store. If you have an element of pass-by trade, the particular catchment area is much higher. Which is why, unfortunately, the policy was written by someone who's not really understanding how retail assessment or retail stores work. That it's not the primary catchment area. The policy is not referring to the primary catchment area. It's referring to the catchment area. So by implication, that's saying where all trade comes from. In this case, trade's going to come from beyond that black line, whatever colour line was, blue line in figure 3.1. Even though it was used as a working tool to overestimate impacts, saying it's 100%. I acknowledge there will be trade coming from that area, beyond that area. So that means we actually don't have a defined catchment area. We have a defined primary catchment area. And that's why I say you need to look at them, what is beyond that boundary. I wouldn't say go excessively beyond that boundary, but you need to recognise that the nature of that boundary is that it's soft, it's flexible, and it's not the whole catchment.
Mr. Miller, do you want to come back on those points?
Well, I mean, Mr. Hargis seems to want to reinvent the words within the policy to mean something different. I don't accept any of that. I think it's quite clear we use the catchment area as identified in the retail impact assessment. That's what the analysis of the retail impact assessment is done. So that is, as far as I'm concerned, the catchment area. Policy is quite clear. We have to look at the expanding residential population within that catchment area. We can't start reinventing it just to suit the particular case that we've got in front of us. So I disagree with Mr. Hargis's view.
Okay, I understand where both parties are coming from. I understand your respective positions on that. Obviously, it'll be for me to look at the policy and supporting text. So I'll move on to the next question, which we may have covered, but you may want to add something else. And this is historic growth relevant, given that the policy relates to an expanding population? What I've asked there is, do I need to consider both, whether it's an ongoing state, whether there will be future expansion, or do I need to consider both? I think I probably do understand your positions, but I just ask you to respond to the question. Again, I'll go to Mr. Miller first, given it's the Council's policy.
My view is that the historic growth is not relevant. It's the policy is not intended to be applied retrospectively. We need to identify a current population, a baseline, need to look at what development's happening, projected forward from that date to see what the change of population would be. And that if historic growth was looked at, we would also have to look at the historic floor space that had been provided to meet that historic change of population. Can't have one and not look at the other.
Mr. Hargis, your view on this?
Yes, I'm in the position that I've already gone through is that both are relevant in the sense that we're looking at an ongoing state, we're looking at future growth, and if you want the very minimum period that you'll be looking at really is the OTP period, which is 2015-16 to 2026. But any, if there is an indication of a historic long-standing shortfall in terms of excess of expenditure compared to turnover, that is a relevant consideration as well. Okay,
again, I think I understand your respective positions on that. So So I will move on to 6, and it's probably where we're getting to more detail. So the first question I wanted to ask in the context of population is, what is the relevance of the Edinburgh Commercial Needs Study? Now I'll ask the council to start on this question. Again, since it's your document.
Okay, well, the council's view is its relevance is it also looks at population change, but it combines that information with changes in expenditure. And what that does is show that despite this rise in population, expenditure is falling up to 2023, i.e. that there's no need for further retail to meet the needs of that growing population. However, the council is quite happy to accept that that study uses a different methodology. It applies to a wider area than what we're looking at here, and therefore we're quite content to use the mid-year estimate and the housing land audit data as a way of looking at what the change in population is going forward.
Can you just double check the question was in the context of ECN of CD25?
It was what is the relevance of that document? Yeah, what's the relevance of the commercial needs study?
Just for some reason on my notes, I managed to miss out question 6. The ECNS is a citywide study, so therefore has actually, given that the policy is focused on the catchment area, subject to the comments I've just made, it therefore has limited relevance. It doesn't even look at identify retail capacity in individual zones. It looks at a citywide basis. And citywide, I would say, is inappropriate for considering the catchment area of this proposed store, and therefore for considering policy Rec 6.
Okay, so I take it from that you'd also be content to look at the mid-year estimates or other numbers I have before me on population, and look at housing land audit data and use that as an indicator as to whether there's been population growth rather than the Edinburgh Commercial Needs Study.
I would agree with that, yes.
Okay, so if we get to the next bullet point in 6, also I'll bear in mind everything you've said about the starting point, but I just want to kind of see if there's what isn't agreed between us. From the evidence that I've got, it seemed to me that the figures of the 2011 census and the 2018 mid-year estimates were agreed. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
Yep. Yeah.
And then obviously I just take one from the other and you get an extra 1,009 people within that period. Now, we've covered the point as to what's the starting point, and I've heard your evidence on that. From what you've said, I would take from that probably the figures pre-2011 are largely irrelevant. And then the starting point from what you've said is either the start of the LD period or 2019 mid-year estimates. But is it fair to say that the figures before 2017 are probably of less relevance by consideration, Mr. Miller?
Figures before 2011, did you say?
Yes.
Yeah, they're not relevant. There's been almost no population change to speak of between 91 and 2011.
And Mr. Hargis?
They're relevant in providing a context for the level of provision. So it's more of a quantitative deficiency issue rather than a population issue.
Okay. So the next bullet point we've got here, is the 2019 mid-year estimates a reasonable baseline for establishing the existing population? So we take that, do we agree that that is a reasonable baseline? Mr. Miller?
Yes, I agree.
Mr. Hargis?
Yes, ma'am.
And those figures are in Little 3, just so we're all working from the same document. And then are we all agreeing that to look at the additional population, the best data we've got is the analysis of the appropriate housing developments, and we'll come on to which developments are appropriate or not appropriate later on, but that's a fair starting point to go from the 2019 figures into the future.
Yes, I agree.
Mr. Hargis?
Just to recap, so we're starting with a baseline of 2011. We've got a mid-year population estimate of 2019, and then housing as a proxy for growth thereafter. Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay, so the next bullet point,
Back to 2008.
Mr. Miller, you've already dealt with that. You've given us the changes in the documents, both in your hearing statement and in CEC4. So we've got those updates now. And then the last bullet point of the section, looking at document Little 3, that listed obviously the total population in various data zones, and also percentage of the population aged 65 and over. And I just wonder if I should take anything from that. Is that a relevant consideration? So it was Little's document, so I'll ask Mr. Hargis to comment on that. You're on mute.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Unfortunately, that's just how the NRS produced the information. If you want data zone population mid-year estimates, that happen to be bundled with a load of population over 65, rather than delete those columns and raise questions. They're reproduced, but they're not relevant as far as we're concerned.
Mr. Miller?
Yes, I'm quite happy with the total figure. I was confused as to why the 65s were included, but now I understand.
Okay, I'm just wondering if it's worth having a break at this point, before we go into the population growth and housing and the last few questions. So if we finished now and reconvened at 10 to 3, is that enough time for everyone to stretch their legs? Okay, we'll do 10 to 3. So again, as we did before, we've just switched down our switch off videos and mute your mics, and then we can reconvene at 10 to 3. Thank you. Hi everyone, welcome back. Just waiting for Mr. Oh, there he is. Right. Now we're heading into item 7 on the agenda, and I'm going to slightly turn this on its head just based on what I've heard so far, and the figures Mr. Miller gave at the start of the session today. And I think what would be helpful for me, just for going to some of the questions in item 7, would be to look at how many new units would be in the various categories, which is a question in item 7, but it's kind of further through. I thought it'd be worth going through each of the housing sites which have been identified, and to do that, I'm looking at Little 2, which has got the list 170 at the back, schedule of housing sites. I've got CEC housing paper, which is CEC 4, and then I've got the Pellets rebuttal statement, which obviously updated Little 2 based on the 2019 position. And I thought it'd be worth just going through each of those and seeing where we get to in the figures, because that seems to be the best indicator of whether there's growth from 2019 onwards. And something's maybe relatively straightforward and something maybe not quite so straightforward. I think the first one's very less straightforward. But just looking at the sites, I've actually also got open CD28, which is the green statement, just because there's the plan at the back of that, or the map at the back of that, showing where all the housing sites are based on the numbering in Little 2 and the council's paper. So just so we all know which sites we're speaking about, rather than just simply the addresses, it makes it a bit clearer. So I'll let everyone get themselves sorted. So that's Little 2, CEC 4, the Pellets rebuttal statement, and I've got CD 28, the green statement open, just for the purposes of the map attached to the back. There are maps in some other documents, but it might be easy if you've got one to go back to rather than flipping through paper. Right, so if everyone is okay to start. So the first site we've got is Salamander Place, and it's number 1 on the plan. And I'm assuming it's all of that shaded area on the plan. I did see this on my site inspection, had a nosy round. A lot of it is constructed. Some of it's occupied, a lot of it's constructed, not occupied, some of it's just being constructed. So there's a whole range on that site and the bigger sites. Now, some of it's out with the catchment area, some is in the catchment area. And I think from the council's perspective in CEC4, you've put a proportion in of 189 units, with the whole site attracting 668 units. So you've put the portion in based on, I suppose, how much is in the catchment area. And the appellants have listed the various phases, and I've come to a total of 629, 60 being accounted for in 1819, and then 100 accounted for 1920. So Mr. Hargis, do you take the view that all of those units should be used to establish whether there is a growing population within the catchment area?
Yes, Madam, I do. As you can see, the boundary straggling through the middle of the development site, I think it's a bit of an artificial, given what I've said so far about the nature of the catchment area boundary and the fact that the whole of that site is within 1,600 metres walking distance of the previous site. I think it's appropriate to include the whole of that site. I think you're on mute.
Sorry. I say, Mr. Miller, you didn't update this figure when you gave us an update earlier. You've got 189 units, and I assume you're happy that's still the council's position.
That is correct, yes, I am. And I would refer you to map 2 and CEC 4. That helps to illustrate why we consider there's only 189 within the proposed catchment area. The site is split into 2 halves.
Okay, I can see that from map 2. The catchment area almost goes through half of the areas.
Could I elaborate on why the council's view is that we should split it?
Yeah, we can do.
The council's view is that when you look at that map, you'll clearly see that the further away from this, the part of the site that's out with the proposed catchment area is far closer to the existing stores at Leith than it is the new store, and therefore, and the line, the actual proposed catchment area is exactly halfway between the little store at Newkirkgate and the new store, and so the further beyond the line you go, the far shorter the walking time to the existing stores versus the new store. Therefore, the council doesn't consider that roads beyond the boundary should be included.
Mr. Hargis, what would your view on that be?
My view, Madam, is the same, is that people are going to be taking trips. As we went through this morning, there can be different purposes for trips. There's going to be a fair degree of flexibility in the boundary. It's a soft boundary. There will be people who choose to go to the proposed store, and it's within easy walking distance, as we'll see tomorrow.
If I consider that in looking at the population, only part of that site should be taken into account of to establish whether the population is growing or not. Would you agree in principle with the calculation that the council has used to portion the units?
Unfortunately, I don't have any information that can confirm or contradict that figure. For example, it may be correct in terms of units, but then you've got to take into account unit size. If map page 3 of map 2 of CEC 4 is accurate, insofar as you can tell, it may well be the units in the eastern part are larger. We can't tell.
So, do you want to add anything to that from one site too?
Sorry, I've got nothing further to add.
Okay. Okay, site 2, from the information I've got, it seems to me that we're agreeing that none of the units at site 2, which is Seafield Street, should be taken into account because they've already been accounted for in the population figures. Mr. Hargis, is that correct?
They have been taken into account in terms of 2011 to 2019. And of course, you see from the consent, which was, well, it was considered a number of years, most of those units, probably all of them, are post 2015. So if you're considering the situations for the local LDP period, that's when the population growth has occurred.
If we're considering the figures at 2019, then it would be double counting to add them in again. You're on mute.
I apologise. Yes.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
It depends on, yes, you'd have to backtrack that number from 2019. It depends. It's really the emphasis. The growth has been in the more recent past. You see what I mean? And certainly within the OTP time period.
Okay, and the council is say zero units fell because it was completed in 2017. Well, that was in the 2017 audit. So again, that would be double counting if we added more units in.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I think the same position relates to sites 3, 4, 3 and 4, which is Fleming Place and 78 Loaning Road.
That's the council's position, yes. 0 for both those sites.
And it's hard to think the appellant position is those sites were completed in the period 2013-2018, therefore you start at 19, it would be 0 units.
Yes, it's the same comment that applies to site 2. Yeah, it's more recent. All of these sites identified are in the recent past, but certainly in the latter part of 2011 to 2019. But yes, I mean, they are completed now.
Okay. So site 5, again, from the appellant's perspective, falls into that category. Consent was March 18, I think you've got there. So the council, well, you didn't update the table at all on that. So are you still counting the 6 units in the position from 2019 forward?
Yes.
And that would be 6 units.
Correct, yeah.
Is that because they haven't been built?
Not at that date, no. That's correct.
Okay, 6 is an approved site which is in progress. That's at 17 Fishwives Causeway. And you've both parties have got 435 units. So it looks like there's agreement related to that one. Site 7 is Portobello High Street. And again, I saw this. So always on my site inspection. This one on my site inspection. There was 105 units that the appellant has put down, noting that completions by year, some would have been completed by now. And the council have put down, as you're saying here, 26 units, which was your update today.
Yes.
So, Mr. Hargis, do you have any comment on that based on that update from the council earlier on?
The figure of 26 matches exactly what's in figure 5.2.
Which is your
See
column
that?
1920.
1920, so that's the 26. It's the same, we're talking about the same numbers here.
Okay. Okay, site 8, which is Portobello High Street, just next door basically to site 7. I think this one, it's all agreed too that it would be 0 if you're starting with 2019 figures, noting what Ms. Harder said previously about the LDP period.
Yeah.
Correct.
Site 9. Now, in the appellant's Model 2 document, it looks like this would be a 0 if you're starting from 2019. Mr. Miller, you didn't change your figure, yours is staying at 4. Again, is that because they haven't been built?
Correct, yes. It's still 4 to be complete, I think, inside a church, but I'm not sure, but it's still 4 to be complete.
Site 10 is also one that has been consented before 2018-19. So again, bear in mind Ms. Harge's comment about the LDP plan. Would that come out as 0 as well at that point, starting from the 2019 figures? Yeah. Right, we've then got, okay, I'm going through them just number by number. We've then got site 11, which is Salamander Street and Bath Road of 285 units. Now, this is the site out with the it's a proposed site, so it's not allocated and it hasn't got consent. Now, Mr. Hargis, I suppose, just to summarise the rationale for putting this in.
It's there to show that it's acknowledged the fact that it hasn't got planning permission, but there are clearly is development interests, and it's located immediately out with kind of the fixed primary catchment area boundary, or located within walking distance. But really, these sites with plans show that there's actually very strong developer interest. We can't anticipate that we can't say at the moment whether we get planning permission or not. It clearly shows that there is demand for additional housing from developers here.
And I'm assuming the number you've taken is from the postal application notice.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the supporting documents, yes.
Council estimates are, I'm assuming you would attribute no units for our purposes of looking at growing catchment because it's out with the catchment area.
It's out with the catchment area. It doesn't have consent and it's not allocated. So my view would be 0.
Okay. So site 12 is another one that's out with the catchment area. But it's in progress. So the appellant have got down 212 units. And the council have got down 0, and assuming that's again for the various reasons that it's not in the catchment area, although I think it's got consent, but it's not in the catchment area.
Correct, and it's closer to the existing stores at Leith.
(13) is Meadow Bank. And I assume this kind of falls into the same category. It's out with the catchment area. Looks like it hasn't got consent. Or it does have consent, sorry. But we don't know the phase or anything else. So, from the council perspective, again, you'd put a 0 for that because it's out with the catchment area.
Considerable distance beyond the catchment area, yes, 0.
Site 14 is 22 to 25 Seafield Road. Again, this is not consented. It's a proposed site. It is, my understanding is it is in the catchment area. And again, with Hargis, I'm assuming you've taken the information from the PAN and you're looking forward to something that is in the catchment area, might make a difference going forward. I assume, Mr. Miller, you've not taken account of that site because, again, it's not allocated, no consent.
Speculative.
But it is in the catchment area?
Yes.
But it's speculative in your mind?
Yes.
(15) is Frigate Street. Now, the council have got 5 units down for this, and the appellant's got 5 units down for that too, so we're in agreement on that one. (16) is Marionville Road. Now, this is out with the catchment area, so assuming that's why the council has not got it listed in its paper, is that fair?
Correct, yes.
just there for comparison.
17 is Salamander Place. So this one, the council have got in as being partly within the catchment area and partially out with the catchment area. And this looks like it's the area that joins onto one effectively on the plan. So on this one, there's 417 for the council. So assuming that you've done your calculation again to portion units.
Correct. The details can be found on map 2
Map
of
two.
CEC4. Shows how the calculation was done.
And the Pelham, you put in 719, which I don't think the total number of units is disputed. But again, I suppose your argument is, as for the same as one, that it's an arbitrary line. Actually, all of that development could come and shop at the store.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, it's well within 1600 metres. You probably heard of just in relation to the sites 13 and 16, they put it on there for completeness to show major developments in that part of the city. We're not suggesting that that's within a reasonable walking distance. That's the,
So it's to give context.
just to give context, yes, ma'am.
Okay. That was 13 and 16.
Yes.
And just going back to 17, I noticed that it was classed as constrained. Should I take anything from that? Start, Mr. Hargis, your view on that?
I don't have any detailed information. I believe it's constrained because there are buildings in occupation, so it's a matter of site assembly. I think it's a reasonable prospect that it's going to come forward within a few years because there's such high demand in that area for new residential development. Yeah, I don't. My understanding is that there's not any fundamental development constraints. It's just ownership.
Mr. Miller, do you have any comment on that at all?
I don't think the fact it's constrained is a significant issue from the council's perspective. The only issue is the proportionate amount within the proposed catchment area, which we've already calculated.
And can I just double check, Mr. Miller, that you're happy when you look at Little 2 document as to how the site's been apportioned as being within the primary catchment area or out with the primary catchment area? It seems from what we said that you are, but it was just to double check.
Sorry, ma'am, was that question to me or to Mr. Miller?
Oh, it's Mr. Miller.
Yeah.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Oh no, don't worry. I thought you were looking at the document. I was just making sure that you were happy with those, how the sites are defined as being either within the catchment area or without the catchment area. And in Little 2 document, there's a lister located within primary catchment area. Just to be sure that, I think from what we said, that you are happy with how they're described as being either within the primary catchment area or out with the primary catchment area.
Yes, I have no problem with that. The only disagreement obviously is within the ones that straddle the boundary.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I was just making sure that the general categorisation you were content with.
Yes, sorry for missing the question.
No, that's absolutely fine. Okay, so from that I can get a feel for the units that both parties think make on stream. There's been a wee bit of discussion in the evidence as to how you go from number of units to number of population and whether a factor of 2 is appropriate. Can I just get views on that? Mr. Miller, do you want to go first on that, please?
Yes, from memory, the figure of 2 was used in the retail impact assessment, which is close enough for our purposes. I know that the appellant was suggesting that overall for Edinburgh it might be higher than 2, but then it depends. That's an overall figure for Edinburgh. If you could actually compare how many houses were built between the 2018 and 2019, the mid-year estimates, you can see the difference in population and compare that to the number of houses built, and it's actually slightly less than 2. For purposes of this exercise, 2 is good enough as far as I'm concerned.
Mr. Hargis?
I think 2 is a reasonable working figure. I think to put the context, let's say in the citywide basis. I mean, well, first of all, Mr. Miller's comment about compared population and number of households, etc. Now number of housing units. Of course, that doesn't take into account demolitions over that period, so the figure will be slightly higher. I don't know how much higher. Second context is certainly from NRS data, Edinburgh has had a steady increase in average household size. I think the low point was 2008, where it was 2.04, and the average for the city is 2.14 as a whole. So the context here is that household sizes have actually been growing. Average household sizes have been growing in Edinburgh over the last decade. But in this context, I think it's a working figure, an indication of population multiplied by 2 is straightforward, is simple.
Okay. Okay, so turning back to item 7, some of the questions have already kind of been covered. I suppose the first one, what is the growth in population from the catchment area? So without doing the calculation, I would have to figure out what I think is the relevant starting point, make sure there's no double counting, add in that analysis of the likely housing units and population that would come in stream, and then figure out whether that's higher or to the starting point where I started. Is that a fair calculation? That's what I would need to do.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
And then I would need to multiply that by pounds per head to get the additional expenditure generated by that additional population.
Yes, ma'am. I think the working figure that we're using for that is 2,200, just to keep numbers simple.
That was the figure that I used in the council's hearing statement as well.
Yeah. And also I've got your written evidence on what both parties think that figure would be. And then parties have compared that to the turnover that we expect to be generated by the store. Okay.
Ma'am, just on that point, it might just be helpful if Mr. Hargis, because obviously we've got CEC 12, which summarises the council position on that. If Mr. Hargis perhaps at this point just sort of summarises the appellant's position of, you know, applying these figures and looking at the council position as now in CEC 12 and looked at CEC 4 and the figure of 1,082, the 2 per unit and the 2,200 per capita, just to sort of clarify the appellant's position.
Yeah, that's fine. I've got the document in front of me if you want to.
Well, it's really, obviously new numbers have been going through just from this, from the last hour or so. So it's just a matter of providing an update of where that leaves us. Since we're looking at expanding population, I was only really going to give figures for increases rather than trying to do the whole quantitative difference issue, which is not for today. But you refer to sterling as the base point as a proxy for the starting period is 2011. We know the population then was 21,293. We also know from the mid-year estimate for 2019 that the population estimate is 22,701. If we just take the very basic figures that the council have produced in CC4, which were the same as Mr. McLean produced, actually. So that's an additional 1,082 units. This is the amended figures. So that's on a proxy of 2, that's 2,100, an additional population of 2,164. So that leaves our, using the council figures for the end period of 2026, at a population of 24,865. So from the base, so that's from 21,293 to 24,865, it's a population growth of 3,572. Now on a, tell me if I'm going too fast, I can see you writing down. On a basis of available expenditure net of £2,200 per capita, that produces 7.86 million additional expenditure within the catchment area. Now, the principal dispute is really how you treat the overlap, the sites that extend beyond the boundary. So that would be sites 1 and 17 discussed. If you adopt our position in relation to those sites, which is that it should include the whole site for the reasons already given, that's a further 742 units. So just to break that down, that site 1 is an additional 440, and site 17 is an additional 302. That's 742 units. That gives a population of 1,484. So that means if you take our position, the total population growth is another 1,484 on top of the 3,572. So that gives 4,956. And
sorry, can you give that figure again, please? Sorry.
Yes. So adopting those overlapping, those 2 sites that extend over the boundary, and that's just those 2 sites. That gives population growth of 4,956.
Yeah. Okay.
And that gives expenditure growth of, near enough, it's around about 10.9 million. Now that only considers 2 sites which are extending over the boundary. We've also got the sites which are just beyond the boundary, which are the sites, didn't write these down, sites, well, site 11, if we ignore the ones which were only plans, but site 12, so that was 212 units. So these are really ones with question marks in it. And then you've got the 2 proposal application notice sites, which are sites 11 and 14. So site 11 is 285 units and site 14 is 200. Now we recognise there's a bigger question mark about these, madam, but if you took that position and included, for sake of argument, all 3 of those units, those sites, obviously it could be any combination of them, but that gives us a further 697 units. That's a population equivalent of 1,394. actually haven't done this calculation, so I'll give it to you just now. So 1394 plus 4956. So that's a population increase, if we included all three of those, of plus 6,350 over that period, which is an available expenditure equivalent of 13.97 million. So there's a series, you can see I'm just trying to build them up so you can see how you do that. And to put that into context from table 2.3, I think it is, of the, yes, of CD3, the net additional convenience turnover, we've only been talking about convenience here, is 8.94. Yes, table 2.3, that's on page 14, is an additional 8.94 million, to give you a context. So the very smallest figure, 7. Just sticking with the council assessment and restrictions on site, there's 7.86 million additional convenience expenditure. And the middle position, where you include those sites straddling the boundary or overlapping the boundary, is 10.9 million. And if you include all the sites which are relevant, so that's not including 13 and 16, which say just for context, that gives you 13.97 million, so call it 14 million. Whereas the turnover of the proposal was slightly under 9 million additional.
I said there, notice that you hadn't included 13 or 16.
That's correct, not including those. As I say, they're purely for context.
Okay, that is helpful. Mr. Miller, without rehearsing the argument of whether the site should be in or at or out, what Mr. Hardge has gone through, is that generally acceptable principle? Bearing in mind your comments about the sites.
The council's position is set out in its now revised tiering statement with the revised set of figures, which off the top of my head, I think the total figure for all the sites within the catchment was 7.6 million. If indeed that is correct, I'm pretty sure that is the right figure. Council's argument is that, the turnover of the new store exceeds that, and therefore it's not proportionate for the needs of this additional population. That's why we don't consider it to be consistent with the requirements of the policy. As set out, there's also the issue of locality and how close it is to the proposed store, which I think is further down the agenda, so I don't propose to go on to that right now.
So that comes back to your point about it should meet the needs of the expanding population.
Correct, and whether or not there's other recent stores better placed to meet those needs.
Okay. Anything else anyone wants to add on those figures at all? I mean, I didn't note all that down, so I've got them all very clearly written here. So anything else either party wants to add?
Just very briefly on Mr. Miller's comment just then about exceeding the turnover. If we take the extreme low position, which is the council's position, we're talking about 7.86 million additional expenditure, whereas the net additional turnover of the proposed store is 8.94 million. Clearly, there's not going to be a situation where any development will exactly match the available expenditure. The proposed store is only 13.7% above the minimum additional available expenditure from population growth. To my mind, that's not a bad fit, especially when we consider that's a minimum. And depending on how you interpret the figure, your available expenditure increase could be substantially higher than that. And in my mind, that means that it is entirely appropriate what a store of this size and this type in this location, given the growth in population in the local area.
Okay. Okay, I'm just looking through item 7 because I think we've covered First bullet point, second one, I think we need to cover. Third bullet point, I think we're clear in the previous section that the new housing developments are the best indicator for growth. We've covered the point about housing sites, whether they're within the catchment area or out with, and I understand the parties' different views on whether I'm looking at whether there's a growing population. We've looked at the new units. So I suppose the next point here is, and this comes back to, I suppose, establishing the needs of an expanding population. What alternative retail stores are available within walking distance of new housing sites and population, and are they capable of meeting the expenditure needs? So if I go to Mr. Miller first.
Yes, if we were to look at all the stores at Leith, that would be sites 1, 11, 12 and 17. If you calculate the number of units, that's, won't bother giving you all the numbers, but basically it results in a total expenditure of 8.1 million for all the sites at Leith. All these sites are within 15 minutes of a new Aldi that opened in October last year. Turnover of that new stores approximately 8.7 million. So all those houses on those sites are within 50 minutes of an almost brand new store, and therefore that store is more than capable of meeting the additional needs of that population.
Okay. So Hargis, do you want to just respond to that?
I can only assume that Mr. Miller is referring to Audi Commercial Street, which is about a mile away, about 1,600 metres. So it's at the limit. Some may choose to walk there, some may choose to walk to Leith, some may choose to walk to this store. There has been substantial population growth in the North Leith area that the Audi store is serving, and some of that's historic growth. So I'm not convinced that the Audi in Commercial Street, which is beyond Leith, is particularly well suited for serving this area. But I mean, that's not to deny some people may choose to walk that way. I wouldn't think it's a natural catchment area for that Audi store. I assume that that's the store Mr. Miller is referring to.
As well as that correct?
Yes, I'm referring to the Aldi in Commercial Street,
Yeah.
and I would emphasise that our map 2 and the various walking maps that have been supplied in the council's evidence, the accessibility evidence, all show how close these sites are to those existing stores, including the new Aldi. The Aldi obviously providing new floor space. They're all within sort of 50-minute walking time of these sites.
And I did walk a lot of that on my site inspection. The next question was how accessible is to new housing sites within the catchment and their associated population. We may just want to touch on that tomorrow when we look at accessibility. Might be more relevant then, I think. Same with the next bullet point, actually, I think about it, that's maybe more relevant to tomorrow's session too, about accessibility of the sites, new housing sites outside the catchment. So I think those two we'll discuss tomorrow. Are there any kind of final points just on this whole population growth area that we discussed that you'd like to make just at this point? There will be a final summing up at the end. Is there any final points just on this you'd like to make just now? I'll start with the council.
I'd just like to make the point that I think the existing stores are well placed to meet the needs, the extra needs of the population. These new stores were built relatively recently. They have plenty spare capacity to meet the needs of that additional population. If you take Portobello, for example, only second area of growth in the last 20 years is right next to the recently opened Aldi. So that store has deliberately been provided to accommodate the changes that are happening at Portobello, and therefore has plenty of capacity to meet their needs. And I've already made the point about Leith. So in the council's view, the needs of the expanded population are already going to be met by these other stores.
Mr. Hargis?
I'd just like to reiterate and remind you, what is the wording of the policy, and the policy is not worded in terms of are there other stores that could serve an expanding population. The wording of the policy is the proposal to address an expanding residential working population within its catchment area. We have demonstrated in this session this afternoon that even if you take the most extreme position in terms of minimal growth, we've identified that there is a substantial population growth within the catchment area served by this store. And if you take any wider interpretation of what the catchment area is and whether you include sites that extend beyond it, clearly that expanding population is substantial, and the expenditure of government is well in excess of the turnover, this net additional turnover of this proposal. And therefore, just reiterate, the key issue that needs to be determined is as set out in policy where it's set there.
Okay, we'll some of get at the very end, so that's helpful just for concluding that section. I'm just going to jump to actually question 9 because I've got Mr. Harge's view in that there is an expanding residential population. Mr. Miller, do you think there's an expanding residential population based on the evidence?
I think there is some evidence of expanding population, but I think the needs of that population could be met through these existing stores. There's no need for an additional little store to meet their needs.
Okay. And then jumping back to question 8, and this is just picking up something that was in the appellant's hearing statement. I just wonder how relevant the argument is that this proposal would address an historic under-provision of floor space. So I'd like Ms. Hardy to just comment on that based on everything we've discussed so far this afternoon, and what your view on that is now.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, it may well be more appropriate in the sense that if there, the historic under-provision in the area is a quantity deficiency or a quality deficiency, probably more quality deficiency rather than necessarily a population growth matter. But it certainly is a contextual issue as far as looking at population growth now.
Okay, helpful. Mr. Miller?
The council's position is there is no historic under-provision. Population change up till 2011 is minimal. Population change since 2011 up to 2019 is modest. There's been 2 new Aldi stores, plentiful supply turnover, floor space turnover to accommodate that modest rise in population and spare capacity to accommodate the growing needs as we move forward from 2019 onwards.
Okay. Right, that's been really helpful. And I understand both parties' views on that, but I will ask you both parties to just to make any concluding remarks. Again, you do have an opportunity to make closing submissions, but anything you want to conclude today, I'll start with the council and then the appellant.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, so just I think taking us back to initial discussions there on the meaning of policy Rec 6 and Rec 6A in particular. And the thing that is really probably the crucial matter for you to come to a view on in terms of everything that followed. And I think there's agreement between the parties that it should be given its natural interpretation. Where we disagree is what its natural interpretation and meaning is. There's clear agreement that 6A is each option is an or, and I think certainly some of the aspects that have then been covered are the other options rather than being the matter of population. Clearly, there's a basic planning concept of assessing application at the point of determination, and the council consider that's what should be happening in terms of looking at RET 6A on the population issue. It was helpful from the appellant clarified in question 6 that agreed that the 2019 mid-year figures are the reasonable baseline, and we agree with that in terms of what is the baseline to then consider the issue of expanding population against RET 6A. We've then gone on to examine in detail the figures such as they are in terms of what expansion and population from housing there's likely to be. Certainly refute any implication that what the council is suggesting is minimal or the minimum that might happen. And this is us applying properly the planning position of what housing has been allocated, what's had permission, and indeed it might be less than that in terms of what's actually brought forward during the next wee while in terms of what actually occurs. So it's very much what is in the catchment against the policy in terms of housing, and that has been clearly set out. As Mr. Miller commented at the close just now, really, our position in all of this is that the population rise is not significant and does not justify the current development before you in terms of the scale of that development. Is not justified by it, and indeed, in addition to that, there is already existing provision to take care of anything arising from population rise in terms of existing provision. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Mr. Armstrong.
Ma'am, obviously an important point from this hearing session is Mr. Miller's comments just a few minutes ago, where on behalf of the council he accepted that there is an expanding population, but effectively he is saying that the criteria is not met here because there are existing stores that can address that growth. Well, that quite simply is not the test that's set out in the policy. We now have the figures in relation to the discussion over question 7, that the council figures show the 7.86 million position in additional with regard to the additional population. Mr. Harge's starting point was the 10.9 million, taking into account all the sites, but not 13 and 16 is 13.97 million. And this has got to be looked at in the context of the 8.94 million figure for the proposal. So it really comes down to the starting point. The council say because it's 7.86 million and not 8.94 million, then the criteria is not met. You're never actually going to exactly match a proposal with these figures to exactly what the growth is. As Mr. Harges set out, this is a pretty good match here. The other point two other points to take from this is Mr. Miller's acceptance that the Edinburgh Commercial Needs Study is not relevant in relation to the population figures for this particular catchment area, and also the points in relation to question 3 on population growth in the catchment area. It really should be the catchment area and the vicinity that shouldn't be following a rigid boundary, and that's particularly relevant in relation to sites that are on the boundary of the primary catchment area. And these are really the key points coming out of today's, this afternoon's discussion.
Okay, thank you both. That was helpful summing up there. And that brings us to the end of session 2. Thank you for that. It was a bit harder going, I think, going through all those figures, but for me it was very useful to make sure I clearly understood every party's perspective on those figures. We've done well to get through both those today. Tomorrow we've got accessibility starting at 9:30, and then in the afternoon we're looking at qualitative deficiencies. So I will see you all tomorrow, 9:30. Again, if you can try log in about 15 minutes beforehand to make sure it's all working for everyone. And we'll kick off then, and hopefully we can make good progress and get through those 2 sessions tomorrow. But as Mr. Nelson pointed out, if we don't, then there's a wee bit of leeway on Thursday morning. There's nothing in Thursday morning, so if we need to, we can overlap into then. Although the agendas for tomorrow are smaller than today's agendas, so hopefully we'll make good progress and get the hearing sessions concluded tomorrow afternoon. But thank you all for your participation, your contribution today. I found it really helpful. It's given me a good way forward, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mum.
Thank you.